Good morning and welcome to Brandenburg News Network. I am Donna Brandenburg, and it's the 12th day of September 2024. Thank you for joining our show today. It was a wild day yesterday, and there's so much stuff happening behind the scenes. I can't even get my arms around most of it. But today we've got some things that we're getting our arms around because, as you know, I'm the vice chair of the Constitution Party in the state of Michigan, which is the U.S. Taxpayers Party, except for Jocelyn Benson, will not allow us to change our name to the rest of the country. So when you see U.S. Taxpayers Party, that is the Constitution Party in the state of Michigan. And we are working on resolutions. So the second hour, we'll be talking about the resolutions that we are currently crafting, which will be accepted, I expect, on our Saturday Central States Committee meeting. And then the 11th hour is Jalise Middleton, J6ers, Political Prisoners in America. And today we have J.D. Rivera on today to tell his story about what's been happening to people who are, in fact, incarcerated unlawfully, unconstitutionally, against anything that we ever thought would ever happen in the United States of America, on our soil, just like the Twin Towers, the 9/11 stuff. This is the next progression of what happens when we accept the usurpations and we don't get into finding out who the real criminals are, that they just keep going. They just go further and further. But first we're going to go, I've got Marly Hornik on with United Sovereign Americans, and we're going to be talking about our lawsuit, of which I'm a plaintiff on this lawsuit. And I'm so proud to stand with you and the people with United Sovereign Americans. I mean, you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you, Donna. Yeah, it's an honor. It's a big act of courage. Unfortunately, it shouldn't be an act of courage to say, hey, we just want our elections to follow the law, but it's a privilege to work with you on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, and it's a gutsy thing, too, to really step up. One of my J6er guests this past week, right after she was on BNN, had her tires slashed on her car and her car keyed. Now, I don't know if there's a correlation there, but it seemed a little suspicious that, and it did to her too, that when you step out, you may, and I'm not saying that to be afraid. I'm saying that to say, oh yeah, honor points right there. That's a badge of honor, and take it with honor when, whenever somebody comes after you, whether in word or deed. But when they come after you, you gotta punch back 100 times harder. You've got to find out who did it. And you don't sit there and take it. You go find out who did this stuff and go after them. And I don't mean grab your torches and pitchforks. I mean, get in the legal game and go after them. So where are we going to go with this? I'm going to bring this up a minute because I want everybody to see what we've been, what we're working on here. And Bruce Castor, one of the attorneys for President Trump, is a brilliant attorney who has worked on this and such. And of course, you and everybody else at United Sovereign Americans, it's amazing.
It is amazing, actually, Donna. I look back, for example, United Sovereign Americans gave our first public presentation. Of course, Harry and I had both been working really hard, and many others who are now a part of United Sovereign Americans for years. But we gave our first public salvo in August of last year at Lindell's election crimes event, I think it was called. And, we had our first United Sovereign Americans conference to recruit people and train people in the way that we were going to make these arguments, literally just about a year ago today. And here we are with lawsuits filed in 9 states, federal lawsuits filed in 9 states, including Michigan. And all this work was done by people who looked around, just like you're doing, look around and you say, you know what, the politicians aren't going to save us. The courts aren't going to save us. Who's going to save us here? The president isn't going to save us. The DOJ isn't going to save. We're going to have to do this. And this is actually what happened. People did this. We did the evidentiary gathering. We created all the ironclad chain of custody. We created the arguments. We created the evidence. And Bruce Castor came on board and said, this is exactly what I've been looking for. I've been looking for this argument, and you guys did it. Thank you. And now we're like, wow, it's an amazing partnership.
That's amazing. I should bring my other lawsuit forward and let him just take a look at it. I filed a jury proprio. So I'm representing myself in that one because I didn't think that there was enough honest attorneys out there, quite honestly, that would go against the fake judiciary system, the one that doesn't exist under Norton versus Shelby County. and step out and actually defend. So it's really nice to know that there are some good guys out there, good attorneys that are fighting for America. And props to you, Bruce. I really thank you on behalf of all of America for stepping forward and doing, and helping us take our country back.
Yeah, well, I think he was looking for a strong legal argument that is, again, the United Sovereign Americans mandamus lawsuit, our first lawsuit. There's others coming. This first lawsuit, it just seeks to get a court order that says, the states have to follow the law. They have to uphold the law, and they have to uphold the underlying meaning of the law. And those two come together in these lawsuits. It's not about party. It's not about candidate. It's not about blame. It's not even about, accountability or retribution. It's about compliance. We're just asking for compliant elections according to the laws Congress itself passed.
Yes. Would you like to read a part of this? This is, the introduction to the judges of said court. Would you like to read some of this, or would you like to change this, or where do you want to go? Let's put it that way.
Well, I'm stepping in here. If there's parts that you want to read, or if there's parts you're particularly drawn to, I think the summary of petitioner's arguments is very important because it really. Okay, sure. So again, we're going back to what is the law, and here we are at the very first averment. The Congress of the United States has outlined the minimum standards which must be maintained by every state in order for a federal election to be considered reliable. And I want to just make a quick statement, okay? The first sentence of the United States Constitution establishes that all legislative authority is vested in U.S. Congress. That means all power to make laws governing process in the United States of America is vested in Congress. So when Congress says something, it's important. The second sentence after that, Article 1, Section 2, says the people of the several states shall choose those representatives, those members of Congress. So hold on one second. Just scroll back up because I'm not reading from the lawsuit. I'm just sharing that even in just here in this first sentence, there's a backstory that Americans, we have largely forgotten. It's been deliberately left out of our education. We are ignorant of our own system and how it protects our liberty. So again, when Congress says this is a minimum standard, those are the first two sentences of the United States Constitution, that Congress passes law and that people choose representatives for Congress. We don't even have we haven't even established yet that there's a president or a judiciary. That's how important these principles are. So as outlined below, in Michigan's 2022 federal election, these minimum standards were not met by Michigan election officials, rendering the certified election results that year unreliable. What does unreliable mean? It doesn't mean that they were necessarily wrong, but it also doesn't mean that they were necessarily right. It means they're unreliable. We can't trust in them. We don't know if they represent what the election is supposed to measure, which is the individual and aggregate intent of eligible citizen voters only in the selection of representatives. Respondents, in their official capacities, engaged in insufficient efforts to ensure that the 2022, we're going to have to scroll down here, performance is not repeated in subsequent federal elections beginning in 2024. So why is that important? Because people are saying, oh, you're trying to overturn the 2022 results. No, we're not. The 2022 election was the most recent federal election. We're establishing that in a recent federal election, the law was abrogated. It was ignored. And that in the interim period, and you'll see in our arguments, because many of our plaintiffs, like Michigan Fair Elections and Fani Mantravati, Tim Vetter, Braden Jacobazzi, yourself, They have been you've all been working tirelessly and unceasingly to try to get these things fixed, right? So
Yes.
that's where the vulnerability is. We're saying, okay, we haven't yet been injured in 2024, but the likelihood of an injury in 2024 is extreme because it happened in 2022 and the state hasn't done anything about it yet. So that's where averment number 2 comes in. If the 2022 election performance is repeated in 2024, petitioners and all Michigan voters will suffer damages. Apart from court action in equity, which means it's not about getting, damages. We're not asking for monetary relief. We're asking for fairness, justice. No other mechanism exists in the law for petitioners to require respondents to perform their ministerial duties, right? These are secretaries who work for us, requiring that Michigan's federal elections be conducted in conformity with the law as Congress has set forth. This is the first sentence of the United States Constitution. If Congress makes a law and nobody follows it, what is the meaning of a constitutional republic, right? Only this honorable court has the power to require respondents to act to bring the 2024 and subsequent federal elections supervised by Michigan authorities into conformity with the law. Without the court's action, petitioners believe and therefore aver that the 2024 and subsequent Michigan federal election results will be unreliable in the same way, and thus unreliable for the same reasons that the 2022 results are unreliable. This is a big deal because the states are potentially on the hook for a massive problem here. And the mandamus lawsuit we're trying to get a remedy here without having to really come down with the sledgehammer on the reality of what has taken place. The 2022 results are unreliable is a very, very strong statement. It's a truthful statement. The statewide voter registration database that we audited, and we audited it exclusively. We compared, the only thing we did was compare different versions of the statewide database with each other. We didn't use any external documents or external databases to do the work that is represented on the Michigan election validity scorecard. So this database, this statewide voter registration list and the voter participation history that accompanies it is the only record in the cosmos of what took place in the election on an aggregate basis, right? So this is the raw data underlying every claim and assertion. So it's like you can't just put, the state says, well, we put the number of tabulated votes up on the website. Well, you can't just put a number on a website and call that, your civil right is upheld. There has to be underlying records that fortify and prove that claim is correct. And the data, the underlying raw data doesn't match the number on the website, you see. And there's all these different ways, and we'll get into this. But the problem right here, saying that the 2022 results are unreliable is saying basically the documents that constitute, you can go to Pluto and back. You cannot find another document that has a higher authority than this one. And this one is an abject mess. It doesn't tell the story. It shows that the system is in chaos and it's broken and it's unreliable as a matter of law. And that means that the federal elections, the legitimacy of the federal government is being abrogated by the states. This is what they battled over in the ratification of the 14th Amendment. And I'm sorry, I'm getting way out in the weeds here, but this is not the first time this kind of issue has crossed the view of the American people and our government, which is the states don't have the right to undermine the legitimacy of the federal government. So let's keep going because I'm going to get out here in the weeds.
The point being is that this is we're a country of laws, not men. And so when you break the law, I don't care where it is or what it is, breaking the law is breaking the law. It's pretty simple, right? And
Right.
so if they didn't follow the law and they subverted the authority of the legislature just by doing whatever they wanted to do, it compromises in one state, it compromises the whole of the United States.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. We're not looking at an issue of petty theft. That's law breaking. We're looking at an issue where literally the legitimacy of our federal government is called into question as a matter of law because the states have failed to provide reliable election returns in the choosing of federal representatives.
I agree.
So there's a battle now here that's laid out. And again, like, am I seeking, or is United Sovereign Americans seeking to undermine elections in any way? No, we're saying, hey, you know what, down at the root, we have a major issue here.
What we're doing here is we're holding them accountable. And so it's not an undermining. They've already undermined our elections.
Exactly.
They have already violated the trust of Americans. I don't know anybody that believes that our elections are honest. I don't know one person. And it doesn't matter what you identify as. I know that the trust in our government is just not there. Right. Because there's not one usurpation and there's not one issue of breaking the law. It's like a maelstrom of it. And so this is exactly what we're supposed to do, is hold them accountable.
Right. So and we did, and many people, thousands of people across the country, hundreds of thousands of people have been trying to get action with their representatives, with their election officials, with the courts. I mean, people have been throwing themselves at this brick wall for 3.5 years now, and many people for a lot longer than that. And I want to honor those who have, saw this far before I personally did, or United Sovereign Americans was formed to look at this problem of the election specifically. But like, it's amazing. But what we're discovering is that it doesn't look like anybody really wants the elections to be fair. They want to try to get control of the elections. They want to try to leverage opportunities to sway elections, but we're not getting the support you would think we would be getting around the idea of upholding the third sentence of the United States Constitution, which is how we actually come back to unity as a nation. And when I say unity, I don't mean everyone's going to agree and we're going to have the utopia because everybody puts solar panels on their roof and the liberals are now happy. And then, we have voter ID, so the conservatives are happy. I'm talking about the system of representative government and everyone having an equal seat at the table to hash through real problems, use the structure that the framers gave us to solve concerns and problems in America and come up with solutions that meet the moral and policy priorities of the American people under a fair process of elections. That's all.
That's it. And I would my opinion is that the butts in the seats aren't doing anything because it would condemn them and roll them into the process. Because if they have not done anything and they've not upheld their oath of office, they've not made sure that our elections are honest, then they're by virtue of the fact they did nothing, they're complicit because they let the law being broken, and that's my assertion here too. But that's Donna Brandenburg talking, and Donna Brandenburg, that has nothing to do with the lawsuit. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would agree with that opinion. The question is why, and I think
self-enrichment on behalf of the puppets in the seats, and they're also in league with the lobbyists who are giving them lobbyist money. I had an incredible discussion this week with an ex-representative who was actually talking about that exact problem, how much money people in office get from these lobbyists. It's incredible.
So I want to take a step back because I'm not arguing with what you're saying, but why? How did that happen? And we have to go back. We have to keep going back to the rock and examine what was the structure the framers put in place. And one of the critical elements, which you can read thoroughly in the Federalist Papers, especially in like the 50s, the Federalist 51, 52, all of the Federalist Papers that the House of Representatives and Congress and the Senate, the there was a specific goal that the separation of powers was designed to enforce, which was actually brilliant. And this was that the self-interest of ambitious individuals, right? So ambitious people run for federal office, right? It's not people who are kind of like more inward or more shy, or they're not the homemakers or the happy farmers. These are like really ambitious people, generally either ambitious or driven by something, and that kind of individual has a lot of personal power and a lot of authority, and they gain more and more authority, and that advances them. So what the framers sought to do was take those, like whatever they call type A personalities or whatever it would be called, and you say, okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to take the strengths of that individual and we're going to tie them to a responsibility for upholding the personal liberty or the individual sovereignty of each American. And so the self-interest of a politician is going to be realized through upholding the principles of individual liberty. Now, how did those two things become separated from each other so that even people who really seek to do, let's say, the work of the frame, what the framers set out and are entering into Congress or participating in Congress on this, it's like, they're in a box, and I'm not giving people a pass. I'm talking about, if we really want to be honest, there's problems everywhere that are going to take potentially years to solve. We have to look at them honestly, and the mandamus lawsuit takes the first crack at saying, here's the first problem. The first problem is that the elections aren't fair. They're not reliable. And that is part of what creates the possibility for representatives to act against the public interest, to take their personal self-interest and leverage it instead of on behalf of their constituents, leverage it against their constituents. It's not so easy just to say, like, they're just corrupt people. They're just evil. They're just deep state. I mean, the way that the system is set up, their self-interest now is leveraged by acting against their constituents, literally. And so how do we fix that? Because that's part of what the genius of the framers had tried to solve. You can't change human nature, they said. You can't make ambitious people not ambitious. You can't take away self-interest. You would be taking away a part of what nature's God gave us in order to become great.
I love you bringing all of that up, because I said something yesterday about it doesn't matter who gets in the seats at this point in time. We are not looking for kings or people to tell us what to do. People are flawed. Human beings are flawed. All of us are. And it's up to us, we the people, to hold them accountable once they're in office. They're qualities that get them there legally, lawfully, not the way we're doing it now. Are, as to your point, are the ones that we need. We need everybody's talents and such, but it's also our responsibility to step up and make sure that we're instructing them and holding them accountable, which is exactly what you've done.
And using the law and giving in a graceful and dignified manner, because, there are good people everywhere, and I know there are a lot of angry people, and it's very easy when we're angry to just write people off and cancel. And that is not going to bring our country back into the rule of law. It just creates more and more problems. I don't have, a magic wand or a crystal ball to say, I know that this is definitely, we're definitely going to get there, but I believe we can. And I guess that's what drives me personally. So
I love that.
That's what the mandamus is designed to start solving. It's everywhere. And we, as the American people, we have been poorly educated. We've been, and some people would say deliberately dumbed down. Okay, fine. Are we going to be victims, or are we going to pick ourselves up and go back to this information and this truth, these universal, timeless truths, and glean wisdom from them once more to bring our nation into greatness. I mean, to bring we are supposed to be this shining city on the hill where individual sovereignty under the creator, the divine provident, benevolent creator of everything, is the one who actually holds the seat of authority.
Seeking God's will first, always. So do we want to read some more of this? Because I think this is important for people to hear exactly what was written in this suit. I mean, all these processes that are legal and lawful processes, they're tedious. They're picky. They're tedious. But this is how we learn. We don't learn by headlines. That's just a hook to get us in, to get us to going. But to really learn, we have to put the time in and also honor everyone who's worked on this so hard to right the United States on all of our behalf.
Yeah. And for hundreds of years, which is an amazing tradition. And in our anger or frustration or fear, we don't want to, what do they say? Throw the baby out with the bathwater. All right. With here, number 6, petitioners seek this court's intervention to ensure that only properly registered voters cast votes in combined federal and state elections beginning in 2024. And this is like the whole, that's the aggregate scorecard that United Sovereign Americans published. We said, hey, in 20 states, we found 29 million facially invalid voter registration records. Like, is that really clerical error? What the heck is going on here? Because if our election officials pressed enter by accident 29 million times, maybe they need to switch jobs.
You can look at that right there and say it's gross incompetence at a minimum, or incredibly stupid people running this. Or, I mean, there's only 2 ways you can go. It's either gross negligence or it's a criminal conspiracy to take away the elections from Americans.
Right. Well, there's also the middle territory, which is simple arrogance and the assertion of the administrative state, which obviously the Supreme Court is starting to chip back at, saying that if we're part of the administrative state, we have, we just do things better than anyone else, which is like suddenly, they're a human being at home. They're, your average flawed citizen at home. And when they walk over the threshold of that administrative building, all of a sudden they become, endowed with godly powers. It's inane. This is going on, for example, not to divert, but this is going on in Texas right now, where Barry Warnick, who was a candidate for Congress and had his primary in May, I believe it was in May, he had this issue he uncovered during the course of untangling the mess of his primary. He uncovered that the central, what is it? It's like in the early voting process, they don't use polling sites. They use these central voting locations. I can't remember what the heck they're called. But, everyone all over the county or everyone all over regions is allowed to go to these 1 or 2 or 3 places. And there's no order, right? It's chaotic. You can go to any of them. Like if it's near your office, you can go to that one. So there's no way to try to predict who would come and what ballot they need. So all of these locations have to have ballot printing there on site, because of course, if you have a voting location that's covering multiple election districts, you have to be able to provide all kinds of different ballots, right? Depending on your address, you get a unique ballot. So what he discovered was that because of this, there was this early voting process, and there were people who came. They were the only people from their polling site. So the only people who would have voted on that particular ballot for a day. And they went to vote at this central place, and that made their ballot no longer secret because they were the only person. So if you have everybody voting at a polling location, and that's the only place you're allowed to vote, and you're only allowed to vote on this one day, then everybody's ballots, it's like, it creates noise. But in this instance, actually, the way that it was structured, there was no noise around this woman's ballot, and everyone could find out how she had voted, which is illegal. And there was a good reason why they emphasized secrecy of the ballot. Now, my whole point was to say what the administrators have decided, and the state is upholding, is that this means that individual citizens can no longer request election records. They're denying public records requests on the basis of that has broken the secrecy issue. But guess what? They're allowed to look at it. So they're allowed to look at this woman's ballot and know that it's her ballot and know how she voted. But that's because they've crossed this, magic threshold at the door of this administrative office building. And somehow that has given them the power to look at her ballot impartially. And so it's not a violation of the law. And we don't need to, for example, re-examine the whole idea of having these countywide polling locations and 15 days, or in Virginia, 45 days of early voting, which is actually creating a vulnerability for individual voters. No, they say, well, that's not a problem. The vulnerability of the individual voters is not a problem because we are better at this than you are. You can't look at the records, but we can. And we can do that without any kind of bias or political machinations, any kind of leverage. We're going to be impartial just on the basis of having, taken a $60,000 paycheck from the taxpayers, who are the ones we're supposed to be protecting. I mean, it just makes you crazy. You go around and around with this stuff, and they just keep telling you. And this is going back to your point. It could be incompetence. It could be malice, but it could just be arrogance. Well, they just think we don't know what we're talking about, and they do.
Yeah, they think we're stupid. And I mean, I think all of us have seen that across the board. And it's a usurpation right there, which I'm going to roll that in with malice, because arrogance and malice kind of like run in together in the same thread to me. That it's an outcome. Arrogance, the outcome of arrogance is malice in that direction, because they do think they're better. They do think they're above the law. They think that they don't have to play by the same rules that we do. And that always ends poorly.
I do agree. I think it's spilling into malice. And that's why the next step after the mandamus lawsuits is to hold people personally accountable. Because if you are arrogant and you continue doggedly in your arrogance for 3.5 years, and so you come through, 2 federal election cycles, and you're unwilling to examine the possibility of civil rights abrogation on the part of all eligible citizen voters in America, you're no longer just arrogant. You're starting to really, I mean, this is now criminal.
Well, they're breaking the law.
They're breaking the law.
Whether we say it's arrogance or not, breaking the law is breaking the law.
Yep.
And just because they can say, they've got 100 excuses on why they did it, it's still breaking the law. And ignorance of the law, especially people that are accomplishing this, is no excuse. I believe we had 30% of our clerks quit in the state of Michigan. I want to know why. What is that tied to? Why did they quit? And the other thing is there's many of us who have talked to local clerks. They're like, no, we did everything right. The elections are right. The elections are right. And they won't even talk to you if you're questioning things, because they're standing on the hill to die on, when the reality is just because you did the right thing doesn't mean that your responsibility ends there. You start seeing all of this usurpation, law breaking outside of the lawful process of our elections, totally set against the Constitution and the process is setting therein. You are responsible to look into those directions, because you are now a part of a corrupt system that, and whether you knew it or not, if one person came to them and said something, I've gone to a couple of them. No. They put their best Pollyanna. We did everything right. There's no problems here. We counted, we double counted. It's like, that's not where they're hacking it.
I know, I agree. And that's part of the tragedy, is that after 3.5 years, there is no admittance, no budging, no interest, no concern, no investigation that's meaningful. And, I 100% agree with you. And we're reaching the point where that has become, it's no longer arrogance or ignorance. It has become negligence at a criminal level, because the presidential election, the congressional elections are guaranteed under the United States Constitution to meet certain standards of law, and they're not meeting them.
The state of Michigan, I'm going to make a statement right now. I hope they sue me for it because I'm going to drag their sorry butts into court and we're going to get into discovery. The state of Michigan undermined the federal election. There's more evidence on this than anybody could ever look at. The judges who refuse to prosecute this are part of the conspiracy and part of the problem. They roll their butts right into this. The executive branch of the government is part of it. They changed laws. They went through and they had executive orders, which we have found that was actually part of rigging this election to try to find a way around it.
Right. Well,
and so, I mean, when you look at this, if an individual state doesn't have proper processes, the states also are rolled into all of it. And I will definitively say my opinion is the state of Michigan undermined the federal elections.
Well, I believe for perhaps different reasons that is exactly what this lawsuit is saying.
Absolutely.
That Michigan authorities failed to meet the minimum standards for reliability set down by Congress.
And I got to tell you,
so where
about
one of the things that United Sovereign Americans did is we measured the election from the point of registration through the point of certification. So we're not saying it was the mail-in ballots. We're not saying it was the executive orders. We're not saying it was this. We're not saying it's the voter rolls. We're not saying it's the NCOA problems. We're not saying it's the machines. We're not saying it's the poll pads. We're saying it's your job to run a fair election,
right?
And you're not doing it. And we measured from the beginning point to the end point. And it's your job to figure out where it's broken, because we keep coming to you. We keep talking to you about where it's broken, and your ears are plugged. You won't listen. You won't look. Your eyes are covered. Your ears are plugged. And so now, we're laying this in your lap. You screwed this up royally, and you either fix it or we're going to have to hold you accountable. We don't want to do that. That's not the goal of United Sovereign Americans, to drag people out into the public square. We just demand that our elections follow the standards set by Congress, that's the meaning of America.
Well, and I think that this lawsuit is an incredibly elegant way to hold them accountable. It's a very statesmanlike, all of our feelings aside and what we know in our heart of hearts to be true. The way that this is addressed by United Sovereign Americans and all the plaintiffs on this case, and Bruce Castor and yourself, is that this is such an elegant way to hold them accountable and give them a chance to, in fact, write this thing ahead of time before there are further actions to tie their hands so they can't do any more damage.
Yeah, we don't want to damage the dignity of the United States any further. And let's go ahead and read some more.
I love this.
Petitioners seek this court's intervention to ensure that only votes properly cast are counted in combined federal and Michigan elections beginning in 2024. Because, for example, if you have a facially invalid voter registration record, and you want to count a vote from that invalid record, it has to be a provisional vote and there has to be an investigation. So it's like you can't just accept it on its face as equal to something that is facially valid. Petitioners seek this court's intervention to ensure that only votes properly cast are counted. Petitioners seek this court's intervention to ensure that all voting systems are compliant with all critical infrastructure requirements and risk assessments are completed within the actual use context, thereby assuring that every ballot is correctly and uniformly processed, as well as accurately tabulated and secured in combined federal and Michigan elections beginning in 2024. This is just what Congress said has to happen. It's not
great.
It's not our idea. It's the law.
Because you didn't name any of the systems or the companies or anything. It is just stating what they have to do, and as you said, they have to figure this thing out.
Yeah. And it's there. This, when Obama made elections critical national security infrastructure, a whole host of federal laws governing cyber intelligence, cyber security, cyber processes, networking of electronic systems, all of that comes down to bear on the voting systems, and they have to follow it. It's federal law. Petitioners seek this court's intervention to ensure that the authenticity of every ballot counted is proven by the maintenance of a comprehensive, unbroken chain of custody from the voter's hand to the final certified result. And the Michigan election officials maintain records of said chain of custody post-election in compliance with all legally prescribed safeguards in combined federal and Michigan elections beginning in 2024. So, and that's the law. You cannot count a piece of paper. A piece of paper is not a ballot. A ballot is something that comes from a voter and has a chain of custody. Otherwise, it could just have been dumped into the system and no one knows where it came from. And that's specifically because one of our research points with United Sovereign Americans is measuring the votes tabulated and certified against the raw data for actual voter participation. And they never match. There's typically far more votes counted than voters who voted. So where is the chain of custody on those ballots if there's not even a voter associated with them?
You know, I really think that we need to treat the ballots in the system the same way we do our currency, where it is treated with the same counterfeiting type laws for the ballot. Because I don't understand why this has never been done. That the ballots are actually, you know, well, I guess I know why it's not been done, because they can't cheat if they actually have accountability on this. But I really am quite. I really think this is the way to fix this thing, is that the ballots have to be like currency, and anyone who tries to copy, they try to, because we know that there were ballots that were copied, or treating this in a manner that's inconsistent with the integrity that we would expect out of a bank or a fiduciary entity, how they handle this, instead of some election Billy Bob type thing we got going on here, some sort of, I don't know. It's like there's got to be a professional standard here. And there isn't.
Yeah. And there's only one reason.
Because they want to cheat. There you go. I'm going to say it. And
exactly.
They want to protect their ability to cheat the elections. And this has been going on for decades. The really great thing about it is, Rod Blagojevich, the reason why they roasted him was because he saw, and he was a Democrat, and he saw the improprieties, and they roasted him over trying to hold elections accountable. There are good people all over the place that have been trying to say things. As soon as you pop your head up, they're gonna try to silence you, right? But we can get this thing done. So let's go on here. This is awesome. I love this, Marly. You're amazing.
Petitioners seek this court's intervention to ensure that combined federal and Michigan elections in even-numbered years beginning in 2024 are conducted with the transparency required by law. Now, there's a restriction on which elections are covered under federal law, and that's what's highlighted in Averment 12. Petitioners seek this court's intervention to ensure that only votes properly cast are counted. Petitioners seek this court's intervention, clarifying and ordering that the currently accepted federal definition, quote, to certify, end quote, is to attest that an official measurement is both accurate and the finding of accuracy was reached in a fully compliant manner, thereby directing that the certification of elections by Michigan election officials of combined federal and Michigan elections from 2024 onward constitutes an, quote, attestation, end quote, ostensibly under penalty of perjury by the certifying official that the vote counts are accurate and the cast and counted votes and the election itself were all conducted in compliance with applicable federal and state law.
That's my favorite. That is my favorite section right there.
Yes, and this already is law. And Castor here is just seeking to basically reaffirm what is an existing principle. And this has been there. People went to federal prison for certifying false vote counts. In some instances, those false vote counts were known by the election official to have been false. So that is a slightly different situation. However, those false vote counts were off by small numbers. And so the issue was the election official had actually participated in the tampering of those ballots. Now, we don't know whether or not that has taken place in Michigan or any of the other states. There's not a decisive set of evidence. There's not an agreement that has taken place that, where people were held accountable for such things. However, in Michigan, what we do know is that there were hundreds of thousands of instances where there appear to have been voting errors, where facially invalid voter registration records were treated equally to valid voter registration records, which is called dilution of the vote. It's a civil rights crime. And people have gone to federal prison. So if they went to federal prison for 10 instances, then how come when we're looking at 100,000 or 200,000 instances, but they might be clerical errors, we walk away, we turn our back and we say, looks good enough for the American people. Well, the American people are here saying that's not actually good enough for us. We're sick of that system. We're done. And so if you're going to certify a false count based on, the DMV sent these records and it was a clerical error on the part of somebody working over at the DMV. And so there's nothing we could do about it 29 million times, amounting to 10 million votes in 20 states. Give us a break, really. Just like, let's talk honestly about reality and let's meet the needs of the American people. Isn't that the whole goal of this government, to uphold individual liberty and sovereignty?
On that one day, we should all be absolutely equal, and no matter what your life looks like, on that one day we stand, when we vote, we stand as an American family. We are all the same on that one at that one moment. Yeah. It's an incredible moment, and it should be so honored and protected, that and in our hearts when we go to vote, that in that one day, in that one instant, we are all equal as Americans. There should be no silencing of anyone's vote. There should be no preference to anyone. And it's a glorious moment. The way that the Constitution was written, these process should leave us almost in a state of awe, just in the beauty and the elegance of what we have set before us, that was handed to us. And now it's our job to protect this and protect every single person around us, their rights, as well as to leave something equally functioning and beautiful in the hands of our posterity. We're charged with this, and it's an honor, it's a privilege and an honor, and it should leave us in a state of absolute humility and wonder that we would be handed this to protect.
Yeah, and it's a duty, frankly, if you say you love America. And a long time ago, 100 years ago, 120 years ago, we got this message that said, hey, the work of running this country it's really tiring the American people. It's wearing them out, and they work so hard at their jobs in the factories. They work so hard on the farms. They work so hard in all of these circumstances. They deserve a break. They deserve more leisure time. They should be spending their free time, with their families, enjoying themselves. Just lay around, go to Disney World, spend the money, enjoy yourself, enjoy life. And meanwhile, we'll run the government for you because we know how to do it better. And this is where we've landed. So if we don't retake the responsibility, the duty for oversighting our own liberty, I mean, my goodness, a fool and his liberty are soon parted.
But you got to care. The last stage of any country is apathy.
Right.
Yeah.
But I
So,
don't think people are apathetic. I think we've just been rooked. We've fallen into that haze, that dream. Oh, we can just have entitlement without responsibility.
well, you sit home and you do nothing on the sofa except for think that that and talk rather than do the work. It doesn't work well.
Right. So this is a good one here. Petitioners, upon review of the statutes cited below, believe and therefore aver that federal and state laws specify what Michigan officials must conform to at a minimum to properly conduct a combined federal and state election and prior to certifying that election. Petitioners, believe and therefore aver that based on the analysis below, combined with the various exhibits attached to this petition and incorporated by reference herein, that in the 2022 combined federal and state election, officials of the state of Michigan failed to ensure that safeguards were in place as mandated by various statutes designed to ensure the integrity of the elections. Petitioners believe and therefore aver that the failure by Michigan election officials to know of and implement the safeguards required by law in 2022 allowed Michigan election officials to certify that election despite analysis showing the election results were per se unreliable on account of apparent error rates exceeding those the law permits before the results in any federal election become unreliable. I'm going to have to scroll down for me here.
Sorry about that.
Petitioners believe and therefore aver that apparent error rates that exceed the maximum error rate allowed by law destroyed the integrity of the 2022 election, making full confidence in the accuracy of that election impossible. While petitioners cannot state with certainty that the 2022 Michigan general election produced, quote, winning, end quote, candidates who should not have won, petitioners believe and therefore aver that Michigan cannot state with certainty that all winning candidates received more votes than their losing candidates because the election itself was compromised by the state's failure to conform to the requirements of federal law designed to ensure reliable election results. If the state had followed the law, the returns would have been trustworthy. They didn't. Petitioners believe and therefore aver that Congress mandated the maximum number of election errors which were permissible in the 2022 combined federal and state elections in Michigan and indeed in all states and voting territories. An error rate above the maximum permissible rate set by Congress renders an election uncertifiable because the results are unreliable. Nevertheless, Michigan officials certified the 2022 election. Now, it's really important to realize it again, these arguments, it's not that we're saying they were definitely wrong. When you have more error than the law allows, the reason the law sets that standard is to prevent invalid votes procured through corrupt acts, through fraud, from diluting the votes of valid voters, right? The state has two jobs. They have to prevent against denial of the vote. They have to make sure everyone who is qualified and is eligible and is a United States citizen that wants to vote can vote. And they have to make sure that anyone who doesn't meet those qualifications or any ballot or vote that doesn't meet those qualifications is not counted. So they set this standard saying, hey, when there's this much error, that's understandable because there's going to be some mistakes. There's always going to be some mistakes. But if there's more mistakes than this, we have to wonder, did a political interest get their thumb on the scale? We have to investigate. Petitioners do not seek relief in this court in a challenge to the outcome of the 2022 federal election in Michigan. Petitioners agree it is possible that in every federal contested election supervised and certified by the state of Michigan in 2022, the winner received more votes than the loser. Petitioners believe and therefore aver, however, that the certification by Michigan officials of the 2022 election was done despite the integrity of the election being suspect on account of apparent error rates occurring in that election that exceeded the error rate Congress permits before federal election results cannot be relied upon as accurate. And the state of Michigan did nothing to investigate those apparent errors before certifying the election. Petitioners believe and therefore aver that it is reasonable to believe that systemic issues which occurred in the 2022 combined federal and state election in Michigan will continue uncorrected in 2024, 2026, 2028, etc., absent intervention by this court. Basically, the state has gone rogue. They don't care if their election results are reliable. They've gone rogue. And if the court doesn't fix this, apparently no one can get the state to comply.
It's election theater. How's that?
Yeah, it's a tragedy, actually.
It is.
It's a violation of everyone's fundamental right in the United States of America. Why did our framers and founders fight for a system that upheld individual liberty above the unbridled ambition of those who would trample others given the opportunity? Petitioners aver they have called the various issues with the 2022 election to the attention of Michigan officials who failed to take sufficient action to ensure no further repeats of those issues cited here affecting the integrity of the 2022 election. The relief requested by petitioners in the form of a writ of mandamus seeks, broadly speaking, this court order respondents to perform the ministerial functions their jobs require by taking actions to rectify reliability issues evident in the 2022 election. Basically, just do your job. Just do your job. And now we're getting into why, as a matter of law, the results were unreliable. This has to do with the Help America Vote Act, where the error rates that
Oh, it looks like Marly froze up a minute. She'll be back. Just be patient. Let's see what happened. That always happens when we're really talking about real stuff. It's amazing. They don't want us to get into the meat of things too well, because that like throws them all out in the
now we're getting into the weeds a little bit.
Okay, can you go back, Marly? You're freezing up.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, start at 26 and talking about Hava Act.
Actually, I can do maybe 5 minutes more.
Yeah, no worries.
But I have another interview coming up. And
yeah,
it's
no worries.
10.
We can have you back on again, which is great.
This lawsuit is so beautiful, but I kind of don't, I want to skip down. Can you go to the section that says the federally protected right to vote, or constitutionally, I can't remember what the section is called.
Is it a section or is it
it's a section? So it'll be bolded in black.
Okay, let's see if we can find that.
I mean, this is all good stuff, don't get me wrong, but it's pretty down in the weeds with
jurisdiction
specific
and venue, standing.
Yeah.
We've got.
There we go. The constitutionally protected right to vote. So this is really where the citizens, we need to understand all of this really well. And so I love to focus on these averments. The U.S. Constitution grants the people the right to choose representatives to the people of several states according to the voting eligibility requirements of the state. That's Article 1, Section 2, the third sentence of the United States Constitution. The 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, Section 1, defines a citizen as all people born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So you can't be a citizen if you don't meet one of those two standards. You're either born here or you're naturalized, meaning you have gone through the process of becoming a citizen. The 14th Amendment, Section 2, protects eligible citizen voters against denial or abridgment of their vote. It doesn't protect non-citizen voters. and it doesn't protect ineligible registrants. It only protects eligible citizen voters. The very essence of civil liberty certainly consists in the right of every individual to claim the protection of the laws whenever he receives an injury. This is here because honestly, no one ever envisioned the magnitude of this problem. Even the second section of the 14th Amendment never envisioned that the remedy it prescribes, which is that the state will, if the state is found to have denied or abridged the vote of its eligible citizen voters, will lose apportionment, federal apportionment, meaning electoral college votes, congressional representation, and federal funding. They will be sanctioned in federal apportionment based on the ratio of injured voters to all voters. And in this particular instance, you know who's injured? All voters. So does that mean, that we sanction Michigan? Michigan no longer gets congressional representation? Well, according to the way that USA has done this work, it looks like no state would have congressional representation. This is a huge crisis. So it's, we're not saying like this is what has to happen. We're just saying, can we just fix this problem so that we don't have to go through this horrific, upheaval? Because we have to be able to claim the protection of the law. Federal courts regard the right to vote in a fairly conducted election as a constitutionally protected feature of United States citizenship. And that's in Reynolds v. Sims. It's in every SCOTUS ruling about elections. After the 2020 election, a lot of discussion reported on by the media focused on the validity of the results in the state of Michigan. Discussions and litigation in Michigan, as well as other states around the nation, centered on whether raw vote totals were accurate, with the question if all ballots in dispute were decided hypothetically in favor of one candidate over the other, would that have changed the outcome of that election in that state? The media widely reported that no court ruled that even if all the disputed ballots were assumed to have been found unfavorable, the returns wouldn't have changed. But we're not asking to revisit that, and we're not re-examining any of those conclusions. Petitioners posit a different question than that noted above. How many disputed ballots found to be improperly cast in any given federal election may occur before the reliability and integrity of the entire election becomes suspect? Because the process is no longer being followed, right? Petitioners respectfully represent that Congress has answered this very question. And Congress's answer to this question forms much of the basis of the instant petition. And now we go into, more and more about that. Unfortunately, we'll have to come back another day, Donna, because I know you got other things you need to talk about, and I got other places I need to hop to. The hour flew by, right?
It always does, doesn't it? I mean, we can go through this stuff. We could sit here and talk for weeks, and just because.
And we should actually. That would help our country. We should.
If you want to come on next week to come back on next week. I know you're busy, but I do think this is really important. And this is honestly why I do long interviews, because you cannot cover this stuff in a headline. That's just another form of manipulation of people. It's not educating them on what we're really dealing with. And you're not going to get it in one time. There's just too much here. There's too much here. And so if you want to come back on, next week, or we can get another shot at this, we can take, we can, let's see, page 17.
Well, I also want to invite people I want everyone to know that United Sovereign Americans hosts a weekly study session on Tuesday evenings, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time, 7 to 8:30 Eastern. And we spend the first hour reviewing all kinds of original documents. We review Federalist Papers. We review Supreme Court rulings. We read the Help America Vote Act. We read the National Voter Registration Act. We read the lawsuit. We read many, many other sources as well. We're continually seeking. We read the ratification arguments that were presented by the framers. And we're doing this because, just like Donna said, you can't pick this up in one day. This takes we have to re-educate ourselves as the American people. And so although I can't come necessarily every single week to Donna's, you can come to United Sovereign Americans every Tuesday night at 7 p.m. It's an open video conference call, and every American is welcome to attend. And you just go, if you go to our website, unite4freedom.com, unite4freedom.com, and you hit the Stay Informed button, you will get an email every week. Otherwise, we're still trying to figure out how to promote this better, because honestly, we need this education. And obviously, the schools aren't going to give it to us. We're going to have to keep looking for it and giving it to each other and supporting and uplifting each other.
You have it recorded and archived?
Yes. The last 3 study sessions are always available on the Unite for Freedom website on the page called, I think, Learn More.
Are you going to put them all up?
We have them all archived. We don't have them all up on that website. There's so many of them. I've actually been doing those for a year and a half, maybe. No, not that long. Maybe since January, I think, weekly, something like that.
Would you like to put them on Brandenburg News Network on a channel?
We're working on turning them into a class, actually, a course, because they're very valuable information. So for now, anyway, regardless, if you're interested in catching up on what was recently discussed, the last 3 study sessions are available on the uniteforfreedom.com website. And I will say the one from this week, September 10th, well, we dove into a Supreme Court decision from 1941, U.S. v. Classic, that establishes a very important principle, which relates to the next set of litigation that United Sovereign Americans may be compelled to file if election officials will not follow the law, which has to do with accountability. And how have the courts viewed the issue of accountability when federal elections have violated civil rights of American citizens in the past?
I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, thank you so much for being on, Marly. It's always a pleasure, and I'm so proud to stand with you. I really am. And all the work that you guys are doing, it's really extraordinary, and it's amazing. This document is a work of art. And, you know, you can look at legal documents, you can look at lawsuits, and when you see the strategy behind some of them, it's like, wow, this is beautiful, you know, and well thought out, well put together. And I'm very thankful to have you on. And give the website one more time for everybody, and I will post that on my Telegram channel.
Yep, that's unite4freedom.com, unite4freedom.com. And if you are interested in this litigation strategy and you think this is compelling, I implore you to go to that website and hit the donate button. Again, the parties are not funding this. The major politicians are not funding this. The big, the giant PACs are not funding this. The American people are the only ones who seem to want the elections actually fixed. And so your $5 will go towards that. That's part of your legacy as an American citizen and your posterity's receipt of the beautiful liberty that you inherited and we all inherited. So please help us and support the litigation.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm going to go to a quick break, and I'll be back with Ralph, the IT guy, and we're going to go for over resolutions we're working on for the U.S. Taxpayers Party, which is the Constitution Party in the state of Michigan. Thank you so much, Marly. We'll be talking to you soon.
Thanks, Donna.
Good morning and welcome to the second hour of Brandenburg News Network. I am, in fact, Donna Brandenburg, and it's the 12th day of September 2024. And welcome to our show today. I'm going to get right into this here because I'm going to bring Ralph, the IT guy, on. Hey, Ralph, how you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. A very, very interesting show with Marly, and I'm really glad that we're taking the time to go through these lawsuits and resolutions, because you can talk about things, but to get in and actually read the source documents or finding out what things are based on is what really gives us the ability to apply them in other situations. We don't dead end when we do that, and I feel like that's a really important process to go through. So what's on your mind this morning, Ralph? I know you had a bunch of things that you wanted to talk about. I pulled up the last three resolutions, which we have not talked about, which we're going to be meeting on tonight with the Constitution Party of Michigan to modify these resolutions, and they'll go up for a vote on Saturday. And we're going to be sending these to all the pertinent elected officials, public functionaries. I'll say that for John Tater, because otherwise he's going to tater me. So what's on your mind?
Oh, I guess we can jump right into those if you want.
Okay. Hang on one second. I just got a couple of texts, seeing where they're coming from. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Lots of comments in the chats right now. Lots of them. Charlotte and Gray Bearded Fedora's on there. Eric, as well as Hawks is on. John Hawks and Curtis Clark are in there and such. So thank you for the comments, and I can maybe read them later. So let me go ahead and put up the first one. Now, I wrote these draft resolutions because, I typically go for the throat on things, and I don't like to go for softballing things, because that's what's got us into this predicament we're in. So anyhow, this was a resolution that we are working on right now for nullification and remedy for the 2020 general election. Do you have any comments on this, or do you want me to jump right in and start reading this? And we're going to be doing a meeting at 8 o'clock tonight. If anybody wants to be included on that, my phone number is 616-430-4410. I will send you a copy of the resolutions that we're working on, as well as give you the link to jump on the call at 8 o'clock tonight. That doesn't mean I'm going to have 100 people in there speaking, but we will be listening to what you're saying and including this in the discussion and including it for merit. I'm hoping that everybody will be respectful and not bog this thing down in committee so nothing gets done. And if it goes in that direction, I'm going to put on my CEO hat and drag it back into a lawful process that's not getting out in the weeds. So anyhow, resolution for a nullification and remedy for the 2020 general election. Whereas in light of the ongoing concerns and debates surrounding the legitimacy of the 3rd November 2020 election and failure to conclusively prove or disprove the allegation of irregularities and potential fraud, the following resolution is hereby enacted. Be it resolved that the results of the 3rd November 2020 election are hereby nullified, and all subsequent elections conducted under the presumption of the legitimacy of the 2020 election results are also nullified. Further be it resolved that the special election shall be immediately scheduled and conducted to fill all offices affected by the nullification of the 2020 election and subsequent elections. Further be it resolved, the special election shall be conducted under the most stringent and transparent standards of election integrity, including but not limited to voter identification requirements, determining legal citizenship, and one appropriate precinct based on residence. B, strict chain of custody procedures for ballots. C, real-time monitoring and auditing of vote counting. D, open and accessible processes for challenging and verifying election results. E, voting in private. F, hand counting in public, redundant counting. G, reporting at precinct level. Further be it resolved that the special election shall be overseen by a local bipartisan commission of respected and trained legal and election experts with equal representation for major and minor political parties and independent observers, which is not being accomplished at all right now. Further be it resolved that all candidates for office in the special election shall be subject to the same standards of transparency, disclosure, and accountability. Further be it resolved that the results of the election shall be final and binding, and any challenges or disputes shall be resolved through a fair and impartial process conducted at the local level with no involvement at the state level. Reporting shall be conducted at a precinct level and called in to the county and state. Further be it resolved that nullification of the 2020 election and subsequent elections and the holding of a special election shall not be construed as an admission of guilt or wrongdoing by any individual or entity. However, there will be immediate investigation initiated and an audit of all election processes as well as actions of individuals involved in certifying the 2020 election. Further, that would include like grabbing of emails and such, and FOIAing emails and finding out what the communications actually were. And I think I would even go after, saying Elon Musk needs to release all text messages and private communications in this, or part of the investigation, as well as other social media type platforms. Further be it resolved that this resolution shall take effect immediately upon its adoption and shall remain in effect until the special election has been completed and the results have been certified. Further be it resolved that the provisions of this resolution shall be enforced by all relevant authorities, and any attempt to interfere or obstruct these special elections shall be subject to the full force of the law. Further be it resolved that this resolution is adopted in the interest of restoring faith in the electoral process and ensuring the integrity of our republic. Noted, it is hereby noted that a special election shall be conducted to fill all offices affected by the nullification of the 2020 election and subsequent elections. The special election shall be conducted in accordance with the provisions of the attached resolution. All relevant authorities, stakeholders are hereby directed to take immediate action to implement the provisions of this resolution and to ensure the successful and transparent conduct of special elections. Signed, the U.S. Taxpayers Party. And this is a resolution that is being worked on. It is a draft resolution. We have to put both law in here as well as some supporting evidence of them basically their maladministration and proving that the elections are in fact in question and deserve being nullified. What say you, Ralph?
Well, I find it interesting that this is being portrayed by the media as a right-wing conspiracy theory thing, that all of the elections are being tampered with, when somehow back, I don't know if when you look back at the Bush versus Gore election, somehow it was the exact opposite, and that was perfectly legitimate for the other side to question it. And in that case, there weren't between those two candidates, there were some issues anyway. However, that election raised a lot of these same issues that we're seeing nowadays, and it still hasn't been resolved. And you got to wonder at what level that is intentional.
Yeah, I think that we kind of hit that this morning on it's either gross incompetence or it's malicious intent. There's no other way this can go. That they know what's going on. We cannot even decide on what certification means. Even certification does not, in the state of Michigan, it does not ensure accuracy. It's just when Benson said, if you don't certify, we're coming for you. Well, they kind of wrote it into the law in subversive ways to try to step around the actual higher law, and they're going to try to hang it on that. But it's still, they're still required to certify and have an accurate certification of the election. But they've manipulated the term, and they've manipulated the lower laws or executive orders and such in order to say, well, we've got this on the book, so we're going to go with that. Well, you don't just get to go with what you think or what you wrote in to subvert the elections. There's actually precedent before that trumps anything you say in their little goat rodeo.
The other thing too is that going back to some of the integrity issues, the QVF at the state is not supposed to be the authoritative one. it's supposed to go back down to the local clerks. They're the ones that are supposed to keep the authoritative records and keep those basically updated. It's not supposed to be done at the state. The state is like a first level check on things, and then from there it's supposed to go down to the local clerks for final verification if there's a question on things.
Yeah, so I mean, they what they've done is they've cut the clerks and the local election people, the people that are supposed to be doing. They've cut this right out of the election process, and I think we've got a couple other lawsuits that are going to be coming out that we have to file. We're going to have to file this because they're centralizing the election and making the local elections absolutely irrelevant. Doesn't matter with the processes that they're putting in place. And I want to do a thorough analysis of that, but more stuff came to light in the last 2 days, which is absolutely damning to the entire process of our elections in the state of Michigan. It's going to be shocking when people see what they've actually done.
Yeah. And I guess also another thing too is for the United Sovereign Americans thing. There's a real good article from the opposition on a site called Democracy Docket, talking about how terrible that organization is.
What's it called?
Democracy Docket.
Oh, okay.
And I would actually encourage everyone to read that because it's despite it being an opposition piece, it really demonstrates the classiness of their organization incredibly well.
Could you put that up a minute in the private chat, and I will can you give me a link a minute, and I'll put that up in the private chat, and then I'll throw that up on here so that people can see what we're talking about. And in the meantime, I'm going to take down that resolution and I really do appreciate anybody's input on this. Okay. I don't have all the answers. I just have the ability to say, okay, I don't know what I'm going to do and jump into the pond and try to figure it out. But when we really figure it out is when everyone gets into the game and helps and decides that we're going to do this together and that you're smart. Put your input in. I mean, how many times have you ever heard anyone who is involved in politics at all say you're smart and that I want to hear what you have to say? You don't hear that anywhere, because they're all trying to push their little agendas in order to have some sort of fiefdom of control. No, that's not how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to work by all of us standing together and bringing our ideas together. And it's not whose idea wins. It's the best idea that wins, regardless who brings it forward. That's the mindset that's going to have to change in the United States of America. Until we accomplish that ego-based system, we're dead. We're dead in the waters. We're going to fail every single time until people get themselves out of the way and actually start treating this like it's supposed to be treated. Okay, let me see. I don't care. I don't care who brings it forward. I don't care. I really don't care who brings it forward. The best idea is the best idea, period. And that's what we have to be listening to without bias, giving everybody a shot to have their ideas heard. I think some of the most brilliant ideas are those that you never hear their names. Actually, those are the people I like to interview the best, is the ones that you never, ever hear their names. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, so this is a long article.
Oh, there's Marly. I love it. Harry Howery and everybody here, because I love to listen to any opposition piece on anything. I'm part of the lawsuit that United Sovereign Americans has filed. I'm part of that lawsuit. I'm a plaintiff on that, right? And so here we go. We're going to try to knock this down here with us, but where do you want me to go with this?
Oh, just not really any particular part of it. There are several instances, however, when they, particularly Marly, actually made statements and responses directly to this Democracy Docket organization, explaining things. And I mean, how often do you see anyone actually responding to criticism from people rather than just shutting them down?
Where does she respond on here?
There were several places in there. I don't have particular instances in there. It's one of those things you'd have to just kind of look through it and read it.
Yeah, see, what they're trying to do is they're trying to stop free speech right here. Check this out. That this is one of the things that they want to put a cease and desist order to stop Hornik's door-to-door tactics in New York. Well, it's like this is, it should be your right to do that. Correct?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that a free speech issue right there?
Hey, if candidates have the ability to go door to door and campaign for themselves, and free speech also encompasses the ability for beggars to sit on the corner holding signs on like every highway overpass now, then why is this a problem?
Right. And so there are numerous allegations claiming the current state voter rolls is inaccurate. Well, it is inaccurate. We can prove that it's inaccurate. Just because they say it doesn't mean that.
They don't really refute any of their claims in this. They just talk about these are all the bad things they're doing, which are, and then they don't refute them. They just say they're bad with nothing to back them up.
That's programming right there. They're telling you what to think. That's never a good thing without any proof. It's just a headline. That's what the United States of America right now is running on, is headlines everywhere. It's crazy.
That's kind of why I think that, just the the opposition write-up on it is actually probably one of the strongest things in support of it, because they can't seem to find any actual any flaws in what they're saying. And on top of it, Marly responded directly to them in a very classy way, in my opinion. So,
she's a very classy person. She's very elegant, and she's very sophisticated in how she handles things. She doesn't get in the weeds on crazy land. She just calmly addresses it like a statesperson or a statesman would. And I really appreciate that on her.
Yeah.
Very much. So, yeah, read the opposition. That they did the same thing with President Trump. The opposition absolutely sold him to the American people. Oh no, he's going to close the borders down. Perfect. Love it. I'm like, tell me more reasons to vote for President Trump, the rightful president of the United States. Please tell me. This is fantastic. So, all right. So this is another one that's in draft form that it needs to have the corners chipped off of it and turned it into a diamond. Right now it's a diamond in the rough that needs to be smoothed out. So, but this is a resolution of eliminating of corrupt voting systems, return to paper ballots, hand count, and precinct level reporting. Whereas electronic voting machines have been subject to widespread controversy and allegations of tampering, and whereas the electronic voting machines have been proven to have foreign involvement introduced in the process of our elections, whereas the use of paper ballots has been shown to be a more reliable and secure method of voting, and whereas the integrity of our electoral process is of paramount importance, be it resolved that we hereby call for the immediate removal of all electronic voting systems at any point in the process due to the proof of foreign interference, Section 2, interference in elections by foreign nationals in our elections, the return to the use of paper ballots and hand counting at the precinct level, and further be it resolved that all elections shall be conducted on a single day as outlined in Article 2, Section 1. The Congress may determine the time of choosing the electors, that's the original language, original spelling, and the day on which they shall give their votes, the day which shall be the same throughout the United States, with the results reported at precinct level, and further be it resolved that this resolution shall take effect immediately, and all electronic voting machines and systems shall be decommissioned and replaced with paper ballots, hand counted at the precinct level and reported at the precinct level. So in this resolution, like all of them, we could sit here and spout out every single problem going on in our elections, right? But when you do a case in court, if you throw in a whole bunch of counts against it, all they have to do is turn down one count, and the entire effort is tossed out. And so what is being done here is going after small bits so that we can hold them accountable in a way of taking down their criminal actions, death by 1,000 cuts. So what say you? Is there any, there's a few things that I see in this that are going to have to change. And this is why I'm putting them out there, is because I hope that everybody goes, Donna, you're an idiot. This is written all completely wrong. I have better ideas. Fantastic. Step up and join us. That's what I would like to see happen. If you don't like the way that this resolution is written, I love it. I want to hear from you, because you probably have information that I have not either had the time or expertise to work on at this point in time, because I'm kind of a busy person, right? So if you don't like the way this resolution is written, call me, or not call me, text me. Don't call me on this. Text me and say, I would like to be part of the resolutions committee, and I am willing to put my back against this and throw my time into this to improve the half-cocked effort you put into this resolution. I'm like, fantastic. You're my new favorite person, because you're willing to step forward and help.
Yeah. And with this one, you've had several people on here that have talked about the practicality of doing hand counting.
Mm-hmm.
And, I even, there's a really good video from Tom Scott about how hand counting works in England, and how they don't trust the electronic systems at all because of the number of ways that they can be manipulated. And they even just basically found the entire concept absurd. So if you don't think that that can happen, there's plenty of evidence that says it can.
John Hawks likes my pun of trumping things in the election. Yes, trumping things in the election. The rightful president of the United States, he's got a perfect last name. So could you throw a link up that we could play part of that, and I could put it in my Telegram channel on why we can't, there's so many reasons why we can't trust digital elections. There's no way. And being in IT, you are an expert at it. I'm a sort of expert in it. You are more of an expert in this, on why, tell people why the electronic voting will absolutely never work. Why it is impossible to ensure it.
Okay, just give me just a second here. I'm looking for the videos.
Okay. We're going to go to the elevator music here while Ralph is or you could do Jeopardy, waiting for him to come up with his answer here, and or a link. But the electronic method of voting is, I would say, impossible. Absolutely impossible to make honest. I don't think it's possible at all. Not at all. And so we're going to need to first link or last link.
Okay, so he actually did 2 videos on this. I forgot about that. But the first one was basically about how it's a bad idea. The second one was taking on criticisms of it and saying, yeah, it's been 5 years. It's still a bad idea.
Okay, I'm going to quickly stop my screen right there, and I'm going to throw this in my Telegram. I will put this in my Telegram channel right now. And which one do you find to be the most useful?
Really kind of both, because the second kind of builds off of the first. So for good base level information, I would say probably do the first one. The first one was basically, it was kind of like shortly after the particularly remote electronic voting. It was shortly after that was implemented, and talking about how bad it was. And then the second one kind of goes through some of the problems that said basically, yeah, we told you so. This was 5 years ago, and here's the problems that have come up. Here's how they haven't been solved, and here's why they cannot be solved.
I kind of like the second one idea, quite honestly, but I'm going to put them both up there, and then I'm going to click on this little guy right here, and we're going to watch just a little. Let's see if YouTube like absolutely nukes us here. We'll have to see.
Yeah. He does a pretty good job of just kind of doing a quick summary of the video at the starts of his videos usually. So if we just watch even a few seconds, it should give people an idea of what we're looking at.
All right, hang on a minute.
And this is just about the general concept of electronic voting in general, too. This isn't even going into the specifics of things like how the votes on a bunch of the machines here in America seem to...
5 years ago, I made a video for a channel called...
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
A bunch of the machines here in America count votes using a fractional number representation, which, if you've even done a basic computer programming course, you know, you're going to know the difference between an integer and a floating point. And there's no valid reason why that should be represented as a floating point number.
Oh man, so John Hawks is like correcting me, which is great. I love that. I love this. If I'm wrong, tell me so I can get better. I don't want to stand on the hill to die on. I'm stupid here. I want to get better. So John Hawks says, Donna, the other term for pro se is propria, is incomplete. It's actually in propria persona. I'm going to write that down. Okay, there we go. So let's go ahead and play a little bit of this and see what this guy says, and then we'll go to our last resolution.
Computer file about why electronic voting is a bad idea. And I still get emails occasionally asking, things must have changed by now, right? There's this new idea and maybe it'll help. Surely electronic voting is just around the corner. No, it's really not. Here is why electronic voting is still a bad idea. Elections have some very unusual requirements. There are two key features that are almost...
How often do I have to pause this or us talk over this that we don't get like nuked off of YouTube?
You know, I'm not really sure. And his channel is a very popular channel, too. Okay. So he kind of started out doing computer science topics and then branched out into just basically whatever he found interesting. So he's primarily, he is kind of at his core a computer/IT guy. So he does a pretty good job of explaining this stuff, in my opinion.
Okay, let's just do some quick clips. If you want to watch the whole thing, go to my Telegram channel and click on and go to his YouTube channel.
Opposed to each other, anonymity and trust. So first, your vote should be completely anonymous. There should be no way that anyone can find out who you voted for, even after everything's been counted. That way, no one can bribe you or threaten you to vote a particular way. In the UK, if you mark your ballot in a way that could potentially identify you, so if you sign it, for example, then that ballot is not counted. This is why election officials are worried about people taking selfies with their ballots, because you should not be able to prove how you voted afterwards. Otherwise, you can have a tax like $10 off for blue voters, or entry to this party only for yellow voters, or vote red or you'll regret it. Votes have to be anonymous. The second requirement is absolute transparent trust. The system needs to make sure that your vote is securely and accurately counted, sure, but it also needs to be obvious to everyone, no matter their technical knowledge, that the system can be trusted.
And that right there is one of the primary places that our current voting system falls down. There's too much that's buried under NDAs and proprietary technology where it cannot be actually verified by the public. And if it was verifiable, you know, down to basically the transistor level, that'd be a completely different thing, because you could, you know, you could actually do a deep dive and check things. As it is, there's no good way to do that, and that's one of the reasons why we've got so many valid trust questions about how these systems work.
Well, when you see how many ways they have absolutely failed in the administration of an honest, free and fair election, I don't see why anybody would trust the system. Now, with that said, I'm gonna clarify that right there. That doesn't mean that you sit down or you sit home and you decide you're not going to vote. Just because somebody else doesn't do the right thing doesn't mean that you do the wrong thing, right?
Correct.
And it is our duty and our obligation to get in there and vote. And I mean, I think this is a critical thing to remember, you know. And how many times do you hear somebody say, well, they did it And so I'm going to do it. What are we, like 3 years old or 5 years old? They got a cookie, so I should be able to have a cookie. That is the dumbest statement I ever hear out of somebody's mouth. Just, you don't justify doing the wrong thing because you saw somebody else do it. That's where you stand and actually be an adult with honesty, integrity, and an unmovable constitution, personal constitution, and you do the right thing no matter what. Period. End of story. That's the true test of a human being's actual character.
Yeah, cheating in one direction does not justify cheating the other direction.
And that's what we have in the political parties. They justify their cheating. How many times have I heard, well, the Democrats did this, and I heard it from Republicans. The Democrats did it, so we're going to do it back to them. I want to see somebody go, yeah, 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 and stick their tongue out. Like if you're going to act like a 5-year-old, that's what you look like when you say that kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
That's like playground nonsense. That's like elementary school playground mentality.
And all of this stuff is just, the slippery slope down ending up like Venezuela.
Yeah.
With nobody trusting anything because everybody's cheating.
Right. And it's a manifestation of mean girl. That's what you have in the political parties. You got people playing mean girl all the time.
Somebody's got to take the high road.
Right. And it's like, trying to, and then they gang up on each other playing mean girl games instead of acting like a statesman and considering all things. It's like, well, we're going to gang up on this. And then I'm going to stand over here with this person and play mean girl and attack the rest of them. I don't really think that's a godly process. Just saying, guys, I really don't. It's kind of repulsive is what it is. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Okay.
Using paper, you place your ballot in a sealed box that doesn't get unsealed until everyone with a stake in the election has someone representing them in the room. There should always be people from more than one side guarding it, or at the very least, witnessing that there's a tamper-proof seal being used for transport. Voters need to be able to trust that their vote will be counted, even though they'll never see it again and it can't be traced back to them. And at no point is a single person put in a position of trust. People can be corrupt or threatened or incompetent or all three at the same time. Now, physical voting is not perfect. It can be attacked. It has been attacked. The UK's own paper system doesn't fulfill both of those requirements perfectly. It is possible to identify voters from their ballots if a court orders it. And there are stories about that being done outside the law too.
Okay. So that gets us back to the court system. So if you want to see the rest of this video, then I would ask you to go to the my Telegram channel at Brandenburg #4 MI, and I will give you the resources. So you have those in your own hands to share. This is about decentralizing information, getting it out to everyone, and not creating one point of contact. Okay. And I think this is an important point. When we look at the idolatry that is going on in this country, it's idolatry, a lot of what I'm seeing with President Trump. And that's the honest truth. What happens, and where's the sustainability that we have with a single human being who's almost 80 years old, I might add, and what happens when he dies? He's going to die someday. And hopefully I would pray every day that it's not through nefarious means. President Trump has served this country with doing some wonderful things for this country. There's no two ways about it. But what's the sustainability plan when everyone who puts all their eggs in the Trump basket dies? Who's next? Who's going to step up to carry this on? Who is honest enough, who lacks ambition, and who's willing to do it for the right reason? Are you? Who out there is willing to stand for something and take that hard choice to step forward? And quite honestly, a lot of what I'm seeing is idolatry, a spiritual problem of idolatry. President Trump is a very smart man and the rightful president of the United States. And we really have to go back to fighting for him being in office was an attack on America, him personally, but it was an attack on every single one of us. And I just can't budge off that issue right there. And so whether you like him or not, I don't really care. I really care less if somebody likes him or not. I talked to somebody last night, and was at a concert last night. I talked to somebody that was in security, and that person was like, well, I couldn't possibly vote for him. He's a 34-time convicted felon. And I'm like, okay, product of fake news right there in front of me. Can't even believe what I'm hearing, right? But at the same time, we ended up talking for quite a while and being able to bring that forward and saying, I don't care what your opinion is of President Trump. Personally, I don't care. I personally love his mean tweets just because he says things that really just need to be said. Okay. And what I would say most of us are thinking, and kind of glad that he has the guts to say it instead of sitting there in the background just whining and sobbing and refusing to say anything. I kind of appreciate that about him, quite honestly. And I think I do find it to be funny. It instigates conversation. It gets people in the game, and whether they like it or they don't like it, he's getting them talking. Bravo to President Trump, the rightful president of the United States, and all those good guys that are standing with him to, in fact, restore the United States of America. So what say you? And then I'm going to go to the next resolution for the U.S. Taxpayers Party, the Constitution Party in the state of Michigan.
Yeah, well, I think what you said about it being basically idolatry is absolutely correct. For a lot of people, not everybody, but for a lot of people, they're not standing behind his ideals or his actions so much as standing behind him as a person, a singular person. And that becomes a very dangerous problem.
It's idolatry in all of the political parties. There's idolatry going on. It's like, I'm in this person's camp, or I like that person, or I like that person. It's like, what are we like I said, what are we, like 5 years old? Is this like a high school glee club or whatever you want to call it? Is that what this is all about? Is that it's a cult of personality? If that's the case, I can't help anybody. This is a nation of laws. This is not a nation of men. And I mean men as men and women. We have to stick to the law. We have to stick to the process. And if we're smart, we vote on people who are qualified for the job. If we're voting for personalities and we get what we get with an unlawful government because they don't know the laws, they don't care to uphold them, whose fault is that? It's the Glee Club's fault.
And also, you look back at history, and when George Washington was president, there was a discussion about what respectful terms should be used to address the president. And it's actually pretty well documented, the history of the debate about that. And they settled on Mr. President as actually at George Washington's request, because he didn't want a grandiose title, because he didn't want the presidential office to be elevated above the people. It's supposed to be just basically, the government is supposed to be us. It's supposed to be composed of us. It's supposed to represent us. And as we, the people, the government is not supposed to be above us. So these people that we're electing, they need to be looked at as ordinary people doing in a lot of cases a difficult job. But the idolization of them also precludes people from thinking about, well, could I do this? Could someone that I know, that I very well respect, do this? Maybe I should nominate my friend or my neighbor for this position because they are very well qualified for it. And so as a result, we get career politicians in there that people see as only qualified for a position because, well, they've done politics for decades now. That's the least qualifying thing I can think of for a political office.
That should be an immediate red flag. Immediate red flag and a disqualifier right there. Immediately. Yep. So I'm going to throw this out there to everybody before I quickly read this. So here's the question. What title should the President of the United States fall under? We've got Mr. President and such, but what, is there a better title for the President of the United States? And I think it to designate that we are all equal. Is there a better title? Because we've got all these nonsense things, czars and this, that, and the other thing. I don't like titles. I think titles suck. And it sets people up for, being on the ego train for everything. In fact, I rejected all titles in my companies for very many years. And then all of a sudden everybody got in and go, well, we need some titles. And I'm like, why? Why do you need a title? You know what your job is? This kind of nonsense, that's the corporate structure does to people. It makes people brain damaged. That's the truth. But you just got to step. You got to, step up. If anybody's got an idea for a better title than Mr. or Mrs. or Miss or Miss, they madams or whatever. I mean, I'd like to hear what people say. That would be an elegant title for somebody who takes office. That does, that denotes that we are all the same. Mr. isn't bad. I'm wondering if there's a better one.
Well,
but
and president is supposed to not really be a glorified term either. It's just someone who is presiding over something, that basically the single point of contact for a group.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in charge of the group. This is not a king. This is not a baron. This is not, anything like that would be a title of nobility.
Mm-hmm.
This is something where they're supposed to basically just be effectively like a chairman, someone who speaks for the group and is a central point of contact for the group, but is not the group.
Well, and I would assert too that when we talk to our elected officials, because I've seen people, there are times where you do go in there and you're very to the point and such. But I have seen people go absolutely on the crazy train of abuse. And I mean, even when I was running, I was not a politician. I was running for an office. I'd never been in office and nobody hired me to do the job. Okay. So people would come up to me and they go, you work for us. And I'm like, well, technically I don't. And I was not, I was not in office. And to be talked to or dressed in that manner, how is that any better than a mentality of ego and kingship than what we have sitting in the seats? So it's the same mentality. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. And it's abusive as hell. And I mean, I would not put up with that. I'm going to tell you that right now. That would get shoved right back in somebody's face with no apology. It's like you don't talk to people if you are truly equal and somebody is representing you and they're doing a good job of it. I understand the frustration, but I don't understand that type of a hostile environment. So anyhow, let's go down the resolution on protecting the United States borders and upholding the rule of law. Tell me this resolution sucks and join our meeting tonight and make it better. Okay. Whereas the United States of America has experienced an unprecedented humanitarian crisis due to the open border policies resulting in death, pain, and suffering of innocent people, whereas the open border policies have instigated an increase in human trafficking and child endangerment, causing irreparable harm to vulnerable populations. Whereas Article 4, Section 4 of the United States Constitution requires the federal government to protect each state against invasion, and the U.S. Code Title 8, Section 1182F authorizes the president to suspend the entry of aliens into the United States to protect the interests of the United States, whereas public officials, elected and unelected, have a duty and oath of office to protect the United States against invasion and threats to Americans.
Public functionaries.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm going to get nailed by that. I'm waiting. Somebody post it, please. Show your brilliance of the audience here. Okay, we got to go through here. Whereas certain non-governmental organizations, NGOs, have engaged in the assistance of illegal aliens, disregarding the laws for legal immigration, and have subverted the legal immigration laws for profit under the guise of non-profit. Whereas the transportation of human beings illegally across the United States borders constitutes assisting an invasion by foreign entities, which is a direct attack against the United States by adversaries considered as threats both foreign and domestic. Be it resolved that the United States shall immediately close its borders to all illegal entry and initiate a mass deportation of illegal entry by those who have violated legal immigration laws. Be it further resolved that all individuals, both within and outside the United States, who have engaged in the attack on our borders and the protection of the interests of the people of the United States shall be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, including American citizens involved being stripped of their citizenship. I like that when I put that one in. I thought that was a really good one. And prosecuted for crimes against humanity. Be it further resolved that the United States shall cease all funding of NGOs that engage in the assistance of illegal aliens, disregarding the laws for legal immigration, and shall investigate and prosecute any individuals, organizations that have profited off the transportation, housing, and trafficking of human beings for profit under the guise of nonprofit. Be it further resolved that the United States shall enforce its immigration laws and uphold the rule of law, ensuring that all individuals seeking entry to the United States do so through the legal immigration process. This resolution is intended to address the humanitarian crisis and threats to national security caused by open border policies while upholding the rule of law and protecting the interests of the American people. And this is a draft resolution which I wrote, which is going to be worked on at 8 o'clock tonight. We have 5 of them that will be worked on tonight at 8 o'clock. My phone number is area code 616-430-4410. Please text to if you would like to be included in this conference call, and let me see your brilliance in making these draft resolutions, which I have written better, so that we can go ahead and send these to our public functionaries, who seem to be committed to not upholding any of the interests of the United States of America, and where we step up and hold them accountable and instruct them first. And if they don't write it, which is the same issue we were talking about with Marly Hornik in the lawsuit I'm on with United Sovereign Americans, to give them an opportunity to make this right. And if they don't, guess what? Hammer time. More lawsuits are going to file, and we're going to hold these people accountable. I really want to do one for the January 6th people too. So I have about 20, I had 15, but I got more. I got about 20 plus resolutions in the queue, because I am vice chair of the Constitution Party in Michigan, which is the U.S. Taxpayers Party. And I have I'm up over 20, probably coming up on 25 or so resolutions, which we are going to be crafting going forward and delivering to all relevant public functionaries, people seated in the seats of power, and demanding that they change their ways and pull this thing back into the constitutional republic, which it is supposed to be, representing us, not lording over us as some sort of kings with many fiefdoms here all across the United States, including the state, the counties, the townships, the municipalities. They're all set up as little fiefdoms right now, and they're doing the wrong thing. That's all there is to say about it. Anything you want to add to that resolution? Please tell me I did a lousy job and come and join our meeting and put your brilliance into this. I would love that. I would love for everyone to step forward and help us work on this to make it better. And you know what? I, Donna Brandenburg, will open anyone with open arms that is willing to stand with us for the United States of America. I will open my arms to you. You will be included. And hopefully you will fight with us to get this done. It's going to take Americans, not Democrats, not Republicans, not whatever you want to tack behind your name is some sort of pedigree of justification. I don't care. I don't care. We are Americans first and foremost in the kingdom of God. And that's how we should be. If we want the kingdom here on earth as it is in heaven, guess what? The first step is acting like it, not dividing ourselves into these little stupid subgroups to be right, setting up our little fiefdoms, and refusing to stand with all Americans to protect and defend other people's rights. That is where we fix these United States of America. What say you, Ralph?
Well said.
You know what? It's great when you talk to people who are on the same page of music. It really is.
Yeah.
You don't have to educate. It's like the guy that last night that was like, well, I couldn't vote for President Trump. He's been a 34-time convicted felon. No, he hasn't. He hasn't. You're listening to Fox News, which is just as corrupt as CNN and the rest of them. Get in there and dig and do your own research and get to the bottom of it. He has not been convicted of 34 felons, people. All right. And he is the rightful president of the United States. And we're going to fight for him because he is an American. He's not Donald Trump, the individual that was attacked, though he was. He's an American that was attacked, just like the J6ers. We have J6ers, Americans who have been attacked on American soil. If you're not pissed about this, you should be, or you're out of touch with what's really going on. So there we go. Any last words here, Ralph, my man? My main man.
Oh, it just kind of reminds me of the
My buddy, my pal.
reminds me of the that quote, where is it? First they came for the socialists and I didn't speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me and there was no one left to speak for me.
Mm-hmm. I love that.
That's, we have to protect fellow Americans from violations of that process, lest we be subject to those same kinds of violations of that process for ourselves. Those processes are here for the protection of us all.
Right. And I think that's really important. And one thing I really want to guard against on BNN, and I've been really careful about this because nobody here makes money. I never want this to be a channel that becomes about donation, jump on our effort, this, that, and the other thing, and building more little fiefdoms for people out there. This is about telling individual stories and getting out the reality of what's happening. There's a lot of people that are fighting on a lot of fronts. I don't take that away from them. But, when I ran for governor, I did not beg for donations. I didn't do it. And we did it in a different direction. And I'm really committed to not turning this in. I've been offered a lot of money. And I mean in the millions I've been offered money for doing things. And what I've kind of committed myself to is finding a better process than what we have. Our processes suck. The money is buying, people are buying their way into the seats. If anyone could run for president or any office, not based on money, we would have an honest system. And I get it that some things have to be done by money and raising money. One thing that I really got to say is that yesterday, and I want to make sure that everybody knows what Jalise Middleton is doing for the J6ers is the way that this stuff needs to be done. Every cent that they're earning is going to help people in the J6. They're helping people, just like I am here. I'm trying to help people, but I'm not really an advocate of jumping on a lot of people's, donate, give them money, and that sort of thing. That there's better ways of doing this, and
I think it's way more valuable a lot of times for people to donate their time.
We can't outspend them. They've got unlimited money. It's coming through dark money funds. It's coming through lobbyists. It's coming through economics. And the way that we're trying to fund this on even the local level or on efforts that are patriot efforts, I got to tell you, it's stupid. And as somebody who's a CEO and an evaluator and absolutely has a grip on how to do money, it is stupid. Because the baseline problem is that we cannot outspend them. They have unlimited money. We get out there and we fight these things. They're laughing at us with our pittance to try to solve the problem. They're laughing at you and me and everybody else because they don't care. They've got billions of dollars and trillions of dollars at their asset. They're playing with us like cat and mouse. Okay. The way we win this is when everybody gets off the sofa and gets in and throws their back against this and helps. Give housing, give jobs to these J6ers. Get behind them and adopt them. If you think you're going to give $25 or $50 to help a J6er, you drank the stupid person Kool-Aid. And it's like, we've got to think about this better. Reach out to these people. They have a way that you can reach out to all of these J6ers. Every single person out there should get on that website. And I know that Jalise will put it out there. It requires your time. It requires your consistent commitment to an individual, a person that you develop a relationship with that you're actually helping. PatriotMailProject.com. Let me grab this a minute before I bring them in, and I can see Jalise behind the scenes. But I'm gonna beat this thing to death, because the whole process of the entire thing in this United States is screwed up because nobody can do a baseline analysis, and that's probably one of my Trump suits, and I'm going to put it out there. Baseline analysis on why things are screwed up. Baseline analysis is because everybody wants to go to the lazy way to help of throwing what you think you can throw into it, instead of put everything you have, every minute of your day, every waking minute, everything you speak about what you really treasure. Not these little nonsense things like the golf game that don't matter unless you turned it into a place to talk to people out there and push the agenda. We are dying. This nation is dying on the vine by inserting the poison pill of open borders. The open borders is just another form of the clot shots to kill Americans. They're inserting people who serve Satan with their voodoo, their satanic rituals, Santa Muerte, all of this. It is injecting that poison of Satanism in the very veins of this nation. And every one of us has to step out and talk about it. Well, here you go. Here's the website. Now I'm going to ask everybody out there. I'm not even going to ask you to do the stupid thing, which is lets you do a donation and walk away and feel real proud of yourself. It will help temporarily, but you're being laughed at. You have to get involved in this in a meaningful way and put everything you have into your raw effort. Post. Everyone out there should be posting this in all your groups. Do you realize how many people we can get to on this information? Not by going to somebody else's little effort and putting our money into that. No, it's by every day committing to even 5 minutes a day, which I find pathetic and absolutely insulting beyond all means. It's the same insult I felt when Tudor Dixon threw out there, "You should vote to me because my dad died and I have a cancer diagnosis." Well, guess what? My dad died during my run too, and nobody gave a damn. And I had a cancer diagnosis, and I never said a word because I would not ever put anybody in a position of getting pity votes for nonsense. Baseline analysis, that person should have been disqualified immediately for taking advantage of people's emotions instead of getting in here, being qualified for the position and fighting without fighting on the basis of pity.
Well, and another thing too about donating money versus time, volunteering time. Your money is basically, your income is a representation of your time spent working and converted to dollars, right? Well, that has been taxed by income tax. And so, by donating money, you are effectively donating time indirectly where you've contributed some of that to the government.
We're funding the whole thing.
Yeah.
We are literally funding the whole thing.
Why not skip the middleman and donate your time directly?
How many suicides could be stopped if somebody went to this site and adopted, because I've heard almost everybody that's there has had suicidal thoughts at some point in time, hopelessness. How much more if somebody would actually reach out to these people and adopt them and make them an important part of your life, to speak to them, to send them things, to encourage them, and actually in a single effort by a single person, step up, take responsibility, and every single day pray for your person and everyone in there. We throw God into the mix, and guess what? We win real fast, because the key to this whole thing is God. It has been from the beginning, and God doesn't work. He works in all situations, but God's primary way of working is by individuals. Jesus didn't go when he was here And he could have turned the entirety of Israel around. He could have done that with just one call to the angels and to God Almighty, and it would have been over. He went to individuals. He went to homes. He didn't ask them into his church. He went to where people were in an individual effort, talking to individuals along the way, walking with them. And the Holy Spirit does the same thing. Holy Spirit walks with us as a paraclete, guides us, directs us, moves us where God wants us to be. And it has to be. And I'm not going to sit here and talk in all the pretty words with Gentile Jesus with the lamb sitting on your feet. Okay? That is over. And God told us that when Jesus came first time, it was to make that way to God, to make a way, to save us. He was the salvation. He was the mercy and the grace. When God comes back again, I'm going to guarantee you the United States of America and everybody who's got the Christian label on themselves will never rescue him. And in fact, do the same thing the Jews did. It was the religious Jews that killed Jesus. It's going to be the religious Christians that will kill Jesus when he comes back again, or try to. Ain't going to work this time, because he's coming back, and it's going to be a come to Jesus moment that's going to turn everything around, it's going to be justice. He told us that, and he's honest, he delivers, he never lies, and he's all about truth. So this is where it's going to go. And with that said, I'm going to make a break right now, and we're going to go ahead and bring on these J6ers, and I'm going to continue to just beat this drum of get off the sofa and don't tell me you care if you're not doing anything, because it doesn't count. Doesn't count. Show up at the political events for free coffee and cookies. You just disqualified yourself. Have an event that's just to raise money, to raise more money, to raise more money, to raise more money. Glad you bought into that 30 pieces of silver. Those of us that can do a baseline analysis can shove it right in your face, because it's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. And I knew somebody that used to run around with the senators, and that was in DC. It happened to be one of my college roommates. And she said, too, she's an attorney. She said, you cannot believe what goes on there. She said, all the wives are on drugs, all of them. They're all on drugs. And you go to these high dollar events at $50,000 a plate, and just to be seen and heard. And she said, they break even. And I'm going to guarantee you that most of the events you're going to politically, they're breaking even, or they're taking that money to do another event. And so you might as well save it. Stop letting these people grab the things that you've worked so hard for, just like the tax money, and throw your back into it and grab somebody by the hand. Pray with them. Tell them you love them. And one at a time, go after helping the lost lambs. We earn rights to talk to people. We don't immediately have those rights. Human beings don't work that way. That's a complete failure in understanding how human beings are. Human beings, if you tell them something, they're going to be like, yeah, right. And they're going to shove it right at you. You earn that right to have that through relationships. God did it with us. He earned the right. He paid the price. And we need to go back to that and look at his example, because in the end, this all comes back. And all of it, it's a spiritual war we're in right now. And our walk with Jesus Christ, God Almighty, is what defines us. And it is a privilege to participate in his good works. That is the reward. It's not that we're going to get something. The reward is that we can participate in his good works. He includes us. And the more we do those good works, the more good works he allows us to do. He doesn't need us. But he loves us and he allows us. So any rate, we're going to move on to the next segment. And thanks, Ralph, for being on today. Very much appreciate all of your expertise that you bring to the table in writing these hacked systems and such, and being able to have a perspective that cares about the United States of America and people. We'll be right back. This third segment, J6ers, Political Prisoners in America. morning and welcome to Brandenburg News Network. I am Donna Brandenburg and it's the 12th day of September 2024. Welcome to our show. And this last segment, the third segment of the show, is with my buddy Jalise Middleton and brave warrior. I love this. A no back down Texan kind of gal, and JD Rivera. And I'm very happy to have them here. I want to comment on something in the chats because we have had several attacks. And several people said that they've been shut down 2 times while watching Donna's show today, Weird, as well as Gray Bearded Fedora, Eric White, another wonderful buddy. I think this guy's an angel. I'm just going to tell you that flat out, okay? Is that he had his computers hacked, and I'm going to tell you why. Starting on the 10th of this month and going through yesterday, 9/11, surprise, surprise, they had an effort out there called Polygon, and Polygon was set up to do war games in the cyberspace, and it included 60 countries as well as a bunch of companies and such, and they went through every country that had Stan in the name: Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, all of the Stans. And Stan shows up in the cyber world right now. I'm pretty sure we got a little bit of a problem. And so when I was watching the Down Detector yesterday, because I'm a little bit of a geek kind of person, I'm a nerd. And not as much of a nerd as Ralph is, but I'm a nerd. You know, I can do some programming. I just hate it. And some people love it. I detest it. Okay. And I've studied some programming. I detest it. But at any rate, I watched Down Detector and I watched the cyber attacks going against all of our infrastructure, communication infrastructure, including AT&T, Verizon. You can watch all of them. And the pattern that was repeated yesterday on 9/11, excuse me, was the exact same pattern of attack we had during the Republican National Convention, which I was at. And I watched it. They shut the communication grid down through these cyber attacks. And they are going through war games right now. I'm going to tell you right now, expect more of this. It's not going away until we absolutely throat chuck this global crime syndicate against the wall. But it's coming. It's coming. No worry. There's some of us that are working on it. So with that said, good morning, my friends.
Good morning. Thank you for having us on.
Yes, good morning. On you.
It's nice to meet you, JD. It's very nice to meet you. And thank you for being on today. And I just think it's so important for us to connect as Americans, as people, in a very human way, and see not only the successes in our lives, but sharing the sorrows as well as, you know, and we are supposed to help carry each other's burdens. And when we tell the stories of this horrific crime that has been committed on American soil, it should absolutely infuriate everyone about the false imprisonment of Americans, the kidnapping that's gone on through the J6 persecution. It's incredible, and we cannot stop talking about this. We can't stop standing together and writing what's happened here and holding these people that have got their butts in the seat through illegal means. They didn't get there through honest means. Our elections, more evidence about how our election's been hacked than any single crime in the history of the world. We can prove it. So with that said, I really want to hear, you know, what you have to say. I'm going to jump off here a minute because this is where I take my little breaks and such and stretch a little bit and let Jalise take over a little bit. You know, I really appreciate you getting these stories out, Jalise, and motivating people to do exactly what I said. Go here and adopt. There's 1,600 people that have been involved in this. There's not enough people. You want to adopt someone, this is a place to do it right here. You want to save somebody from suicide, take the time to reach out to these people and get involved in their pain. If you can't do it in a legal way, or if you're not willing to do it by reaching out and talking and writing letters to your public functionaries, which is the baseline of what needs to happen, you marry the two of reaching out and adopting and then taking it on a personal mission to reach out to these people, call, write letters, and tell them you will set these captives free. And
I love what you said, because you are right. You know, there's never going to be enough money in this. That's why even American Patriot Relief, the nonprofit we started, doesn't even deal with the legal expenses because of that. It was a bottomless pit we couldn't even scratch the surface on. And the truth is, didn't get anybody off. Everybody's still going to go to prison. The real challenge is, can we keep you alive, and can we keep you at peace with the Lord while you walk through it? That's where the real challenge is.
Well, I tell you what I've really come to the conclusion on. So now I filed a pro se lawsuit, and I'm going to be filing more of those, or we're going to say in proprio persona as a to John Hawks. There's many different terms that people are using for pro se, jury proprio, in proprio persona. There's all kinds of names, but what it means is that you're representing yourself, and you cut yourself out of the administrative process, and you move away from the Michigan Bar, the Bar Association. There is no such thing as a license to practice law. Just so everybody knows that. It is a membership in an unconstitutional organization which has usurped authority and has claimed jurisdiction over things they have no right to. Absolutely no right. In the state of Michigan, you have the right to counsel of your choosing. There's no definition of that there. And so when you do that, you stand as an American, you stand as a citizen or a domiciled person of the Republic, and you talk to the record. You don't talk to them necessarily. They're there to see things that, and I'm not giving legal advice here. I'm not giving legal advice. I'm telling you, this is a starting point of figuring out your liberation. Troy Smocks, who's going to be on tomorrow, who I've been sitting here and I've interviewed many people who have done pro se lawsuits. Okay. And he has got a pro se complaint for kidnapping. It's brilliant. I love talking to him. And I think that this is something that everybody should, in fact, get really good at, figure out what's going on, and have the courage to try it. It doesn't cost that much. My lawsuit that I put in there was $175, and then I had about $130 and some change in sending through certified mail to the people involved, which was actually Gretchen Whitmer, Dana Nessel, Jocelyn Benson, and Jonathan Brader. And it's like, you can do this. You can do this. You've got to educate yourself in the process. And that's what I have to say. There's a way out.
You are so right. And I got to admit, I've been one that's been way too chicken to even touch it, because it speaks so far over my head. But I can tell you, one of the only exonerations that we have seen in the January 6th community came from a guy named James Speaks that was pro se. And another thing your viewers need to know about, they need to know the fact that it is clearly stated in all of our legal jargon that an attorney is a representative of the courts.
Yes,
not
they
you.
work for the court. Mm-hmm.
Their homage is to the court. So when they're representing you, it is just before the court. They are not. They're not your advocate. They're working for the court. Well, guess who promotes them up throughout the process? The court.
The court.
So
does.
who are they going to pander to? The court. So yeah, it's all written from the bottom up.
Well, I tell you, if anybody wants to read like for form, I got my form right. There's a few things that I need to do different on the case. And I got to tell you, I was really nervous about jumping into this. I like things to be right, and I don't like to get into things that I'm not an expert on. It's uncomfortable, but I will jump into it and I'll figure it out. And then I take my time and I try to, and then I'll call in buddies and say, well, what do you think? What do you think? Share your knowledge with me. Make what I'm doing better. I'm just willing to jump. It doesn't mean that I've got the right information on things. I'm just willing to take a risk on it. That's the thing that separates Donna Brandenburg out, is I'm a risk taker. And so there's so many people out there. I mean, you guys are sitting with one of the greatest resources out there that we have for pro se. That's Troy Smocks.
He's sharp.
So it's like
he spent some time with Troy, and we have called on him several times with our nonprofit. He's sharp.
I think anybody out there, and I'm not giving legal advice, but make a call to the guy and find out what he did, and then start piecing it together. You could get together as a group and say, you know what, we're going to get together as a group. I mean, I would even facilitate something like that if you want me to, and bring people in that could actually help with the formatting, just as citizens, not as legal advice, but just a group of people that are looking at this saying, how can we address this to help you have a weapon of warfare to exonerate you, or to get you out of, without even including the attorneys, should you so choose. Not that it's advice, but just standing together and going, well, I don't know, let's maybe explore this, and then read the laws. And what do you think, Bob? What do you think, Rex?
Right.
That's how.
So just to be clear with Troy, he was convicted of his charges and served time for them. But the battle he's confronted, he come out swinging. And
Yes,
he
he
has
did.
filed lawsuit after lawsuit, one of them being the writ of habeas corpus. And he's got standing for it. So they've got a big problem on their hands, because it is a legitimate a suit going against the federal government, because they had no right on Texas soil. Their only loophole they were using for is they basically get an honorary peace officer declaration in the state of Texas, which we're working to close that gap now. That's something my husband's working with here in Texas, to put a stop on that, because they're not licensed. They have no legal grounds here.
Well, maybe instead of having the a non-constitutional sheriff that wrote that out, who was supposed to protect the soil, they should go after that sheriff for what he did and his complicity of the crime, and then find a constitutional sheriff. Because I'm telling you what, the Lone Star State down there has got all kinds of constitutional sheriffs down there, and start an investigation and name every one of these bastards in that suit, and including the sheriff that had that order, and go after them. Just because you hold a title doesn't mean that you get to step outside of your oath of office or your duties. I'm telling you, I'd go after every single one of them. And
I agree. Ours was such an insignificant role here in the county that I'm in, that they didn't even go to him. He says he'll sign a legal affidavit. They never even let him know they were coming in on their soil.
Well,
never even bothered to deal with it.
Well, you should start an investigation through the sheriff and name those individuals who assumed the authority of the FBI. They had an assumed authority, in my opinion, in an area they didn't have jurisdiction. So they assumed, and it's identity theft, really. You could go after maybe identity theft. That could be really fun. I mean, there's all sorts of things that you could explore in that, and bring the hammer on every single one of them. What a great time to be alive. My gosh, this is amazing.
I absolutely agree. I believe every single sheriff should be looked into. Every single sheriff that was involved in it, to include mine, who is so he says, a very conservative Republican type sheriff, but has never been willing to speak about what happened that day here at my house or anywhere else. In Pensacola, Florida, specifically Pensacola, Florida, Matt Gaetz district, you would think that they would have had a little more say in what was going on that day.
I'm going to tell you what, anybody sitting their butts in the seats right now is involved in it, because none of them did a thing. And it to the elections or anything else, they had the power to hold them accountable. They did nothing. And so this is going to be an everything must go sale when we get to elections, and vote them all out, every single one of them. And when we get good people in there, prosecute them.
We're constantly talking about how when it comes to elections, that we need to be looking at our city elections over the presidential elections. We're always talking about that. But the one thing that continues to slip by the wayside is talking about our local sheriffs. The individuals, specifically for January 6th, is what I'm talking about, because those individuals had a lot to do with what happened to every single individual who had FBI agents coming in, busting down their doors, coming in red hot, coming in with, tanks, you name it, flashbangs, the whole works. Sheriffs who are supposedly constitutional sheriffs should have stepped in, and those should have been the people we were talking to before the FBI ever came to our doors.
Yeah,
that's absolutely right.
I'm going to step out here a minute, let you lovely people continue on, and I will be back in a little bit, but it's nice to meet you.
Yes, Don, nice to meet you too.
And everybody out there, start posting. Call your friends, get them to watch Brandenburg News Network. Send them to Brandenburg News Network, because we've got a lot of people that need their names out there. George Webb and everyone else, and Graybeard Fedora, Eric White, he writes a lot of good stuff. There's a lot of good people out there that are on BNN that we're getting them out there so their voices can be heard. When you mention Brandenburg News Network, you're mentioning all of us, and nobody here gets paid. So there you go.
That's fantastic. Thank you for that input, JD, because that's been a big pet peeve of mine is over these sheriffs. When me and Mark went around the country speaking for American Patriot Relief, telling our story, oftentimes you're coming in the conservative groups and they're letting candidates come and give their pitch and things like that. Well, we were up in Oklahoma and a sheriff come in there giving his pitch, and baby, he picked the wrong day. Because me and Mark were following him up with our story. And lo and behold, there was a woman in the audience that the ATF had raided her over some gun concerns. And the only thing, if I understood correctly, was how many guns her husband owned. And knocked down the door, raided them. Mm-hmm. Okay, that is blatant to a problems there. And so anyway, then you had us in the audience where over 1A, they rated us. Mm-hmm. And so, the audience was asking them questions and really good questions to verify whether he's a constitutional sheriff, which he claimed he was. Mm-hmm. But then he could not tell you any of the amendments. He couldn't. And then, me and Mark asked him, well, if the FBI contacted you wanting to come after one of your citizens for charges that they are accusing them of, what would you do about it? And he said there was nothing he could do. And me and Mark just absolutely chewed him up and spit him out in front of everybody to where he wanted to crawl under a rock and leave. But the fact remains that these people have to be called out. They don't know what their job is. They don't want to do their job even when they know what it is. And they're not even equipped to do the job. And the people have to start asking them those hard questions. Mm-hmm. Because the reality is, if that sheriff cannot pull up a police report where you've ever been in trouble, that should send up the first really big red flag. Most of the January 6th defendants had never even had a parking ticket.
No, I'm me being one of them. I have 10 years Marine Corps. I think I had maybe a speeding ticket back in 2009. That's it. You know what I mean?
Horrible. Oh my God.
Yeah. I'm a horrible person, but I think it's a good idea and for people to start looking at these FOIA requests on our sheriff's department, submitting FOIA requests about what the conversations were from the FBI to the sheriff's department, or if there even was one. So those are something that people can look into, is getting a FOIA request. And I didn't even think about it till just now. That I'm actually going to my own personal reasons. I'm going to look into that as well, because obviously I have a lawsuit pending against the FBI and the DOJ with Siaka Moskwa, and I don't know what else I can do. But as most of us know, any of us who have lawyers, just like you said, and I don't know if anybody has watched the hearing this Monday. My wife actually got to speak at the hearing on behalf of us. One of the things that was very shocking to me, it wasn't shocking, but shocking to hear a lawyer say that basically the judges are saying, I don't want to hear any First Amendment type of, arguments. Yeah. And to hear, I don't want to hear the Constitution being held up. You're telling me as a federal judge, you're telling a lawyer that he can't argue their First Amendment rights, which makes sense why my lawyer didn't do much of arguing my First Amendment rights, as well as being there as a journalist and everything else that I've done up to that point. So it's sad that we have, they're pretending to claim that they believe in the Constitution, while all everything that's happening specifically with J6, conservatives, Republicans, anybody on the Trump side, they're pushing that all aside. Anything to do with the Constitution, they're pushing aside. So because
their ultimate ulterior motive and agenda behind the scenes is to tear down the Constitution.
And that's why I
talk about it all the time. At the last day of our trial, all the big guns out of the DOJ was in the courtroom. They had the courtroom filled up Why? Because they were at risk of losing their case over me and Mark. Something got written wrong early on. And basically, if we were found innocent of one charge, we were going to be innocent of all charges. And they freaked out. So what they did is for the first hour and a half of that day, they sat there and picked apart each charge to try to broaden the scope of assuming guilt.
Yeah.
And trying to break down the judge to accept these new ideologies of what guilt would look like.
Yeah.
Did that happen in your courtroom? What did you take a plea deal? You took a plea, right?
No, I went to trial. I did not do a jury because I know we don't have a jury of our peers.
Right.
But I also had Judge Colleen Catelli, who is one of the most evil judges in D.C. At the time, I didn't know about her. She seemed sweet until the very end of it all, and gave me my 8 months in prison for misdemeanor charges because I was a part of an insurrection, as she says. And
you didn't have a felony; you only had misdemeanors.
I had 4 misdemeanors, and I did.
And
8
because
months.
you took it to trial and pissed them off, you got 8 months in jail.
Yep. And I was, and a lot of people don't know this, I was the first person in Florida arrested, and then I was the first person to go to trial under misdemeanor charges, not taking a plea deal. But my story was completely thrown under the rug for whatever reason. I still to this day don't understand why people didn't pick up on it, especially knowing now after Monday, finding out that my trial, my name has been thrown around at almost every single misdemeanor charge trial. My name, Rivera, gets brought up a lot. So, they use my trial, my name in everything that's happened with J6ers, but my situation was completely thrown on the rug by not just mainstream media, but people who claim to, be there for the J6ers.
For the J6ers. And I'll be honest, I had heard your name around all along from the get-go. It was downplayed in my mind because, number one, you were so early. And went through your trials so early that momentum hadn't started really getting gained on awareness of what was going on with J6. Like me and Mark were arrested April of 21.
Right.
And I think by then you were coming up on a trial, weren't you?
I had trial over, as you remember, we, every other month we had some type of hearing. But my trial wasn't set. No, I didn't have my trial until 2022. So my trial was October, November. I can't remember. It was summer, maybe. I don't remember exactly right now. But it's in 2022.
Okay, that's when we founded APR. So at that point, I hadn't really dug my claws into this whole thing and wrapped around it. I knew what was happening to me and Mark. I knew there were others. I was seeing a lot of innocent lives get destroyed. And lo and behold, someone very near and dear to our heart, I'm going to cry. They remanded him this week, so it's hard on me. But when it happened to him too, that's when we're all in. Christ is moving, and we aren't standing in fear anymore. So that's probably when I really got the awareness of what was happening with you. And then it wasn't until we met out there in where was that? California?
Tulare, whatever that place.
Yes, and we met him through his glory. And we saw someone wearing a jacket that American Patriot Relief makes that says Jesus was accused of insurrection too. And we really didn't know if those would take off or not. But for J6ers, we really know what it means. So when he walked by with it, I'm like, who are you? And anyway, I found out that I definitely not only had a hero in the faith, but I also had a hero in the J6 community. And JD, you have been a fighter from day one. So I'm a little intrigued that that you haven't had more recognition out there because you're outrageously well spoken. In fact, I'm going to do something really weird, and I'm going to play your little TikTok from this morning or your reel because it just really shows his intelligence that he don't see things on the surface. He's looking deeper at things. So y'all listen up. I'm going to turn the volume up and hope that this works because I was tickled by this morning.
People are very worried about Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala Harris. But the funny thing is, the majority of her music is about picking the wrong person. I said what I said.
I love it. And you really do. I mean, you take thoughts captive and you challenge people, and they're quirky, but they're driven.
Yeah.
And so you have been a hero long before any nonprofits were popping up, long before anybody claimed to be advocates. You were in the heat of the battle. You did what me and Mark did, but you did it before us. You set the example of how to stand on the rock of Jesus Christ and go into battle with all your armor on and ready for the battle. And you did it with such elegance. And I almost think that might be what kind of tones you down. And not in a negative way. I don't mean this in a negative way, but Christ is so meek, and so are you. And so when you're not that loud, boisterous personality, being on the obnoxious side, I tend to be obnoxious, then it doesn't draw as much attention, but you're so doing it the right way. And honestly, of all the people I've had on the show today, you have been the most I've been excited about getting on. I was almost heartbroken when we started so late. I'm like, I don't want to lose any time with him because he's so amazing. And here's why, guys. JD, tell me a little bit about your family.
Oh, man. So and it's growing, by the way. And I have to say it. I'm just going to start with this real quick. I want everybody to understand we as human beings are not perfect. And I didn't come to Christ until 2017. Like, I found Jesus in 2017, 2016, when my twins were being born. So I had a lot of problem struggles. But I mean, my testimonies are my testimonies, right?
That's right. That's what makes us, because to much is given, much is expected, much is received. So what the deal is, because my story's the same way. I've got a horror story out of my past. That's what led me to Christ. I don't regret it for one iota, because I don't know that I ever would have humbled myself before him had it not been for that.
Right. Absolutely.
And it really is the old me, and it's a ministry tool to everybody else now. I'm an open book. I'm not shy about talking about it in the least, because I'm so excited that gave the opportunity for Christ to come in. And absolutely. I know you feel the same way.
It's the exact same story, for me and my wife. And I'm so grateful and thankful that God has placed her in my heart and my life, because she's really the reason why I came to Christ. I mean, she was founded on God. She was founded on Christianity. And even though I consider myself agnostic, she pushed and pushed and pushed every day, to try to get me to go to church, talked about Jesus. She would tell me things, and I'm one of those people that I'll listen still. I'm intrigued in what you have to say, but because she was just God is good. One day you're going to realize it. She always prayed for it. It finally came to a point where I did. But with my wife, Jessica, we have 4 kids, 4 beautiful kids. Two of them are twins who are just a handful, but man, they're growing so well. And they're growing so well in Christ. And we are foster parents to my niece currently. So just throw that out there as a J6er who's so terrible. The government said, hey, we're going to allow you to foster a child because you're such a threat to democracy. But we are a great family. We definitely have Christ focused, centered in everything we do. And that's why, some of the things that I've turned to as far as, my physical, being a personal trainer, I realized that, God gave us a temple, and my house is my first ministry. So whatever I do in this home, and I teach these kids and my wife about physical fitness, eating properly, I got to fix myself first too, but they're going to follow suit. And God has given me that specifically to teach, that's what I do in my home. That's where I do it. But
that's beautiful. And that's something, golly, I got to hit on it a minute. I don't mean to take us down a rabbit hole, but that was one of the early things that the Marxists started doing in tearing down the family, is trying to get the father out of the home. Mm-hmm. They did that through welfare, of rewarding with a higher paycheck to mothers, with the more children they had, and with getting the husband out of the house. Oh, you're a single woman. Well, here's an extra $500. And so it rewarded them to not get that marriage license. And that was very strategic. It was not accidental. It was strategic because the man of the house scripturally is also the head of the house. And he's held accountable for the salvation of his wife and children. He is held to account to teach and train.
Yes.
And our men have forgotten it. And then they turned around and they demasculated them. I don't say the word right, but they've tore the men down on sitcoms, making them look like the goofball, the stupid one, the one just following behind the wife, obeying whatever she tells them to do. And sadly, men followed suit. And then they tore down our food products so that they were high in soy, low in protein, started dropping the testosterone. And we're seeing that in our teenage boys. Have y'all not noticed they have no muscle on them? Mm-hmm. That is from the food product. This is all intentional because it will tear down the army of United States of America, and it tore down the family.
Well, yeah, you pull that. I mean, you're spot on as far as what the government has done to bring the man out of his position where he belongs, where God has put us. Physical education in school has been taken out. They don't care about it. You look at videos from like the 1960s about what school physical education looked like, and 99% of the young men in there were in great physical condition, right? Mm-hmm. But again, we have made it convenient to be lazy. We made it convenient to eat food. We made it convenience as a thing for the welfare system. What a lot of people don't understand, and I understand this because I do have 2 other children. The child support system is another thing that's also that needs to be looked into, because there's no reason why anybody should be awarded, and there's no reason why a man should be taxed on his children for paying child support. And I'm going to tell you right now, I pay my child support, and I see my daughters as much as I possibly can, and we have a great relationship. And I'm actually moving to New Mexico in next summer to rekindle the family unity that we had one time after COVID, J6 and everything that messed everything up. But we're moving back so we can be with them for their high school years, because these young girls that are teenagers can definitely use their father, and they
need their daddy. I never could get that through deep enough.
God has blessed us and given us the opportunity to do these things with me working for his glory with a remote job, my wife going to school. So God has opened doors to allow me to go back and it's redemption 100%. God has redeemed everything that we lost, that we thought we lost. And it was through the process of January 6th, actually. And so my family's big, my family's growing, and God is good. That's all I could say. I mean, that's the easiest thing to say.
Are you telling me he brought beauty from ashes? Is that what you're telling me?
100%. 100%.
I love it.
It's great. It's great to see it, because going through the entire process, if it wasn't for God, I don't know how well we would have handled this. I really don't.
Me either.
I remember how I was before when I didn't have Jesus, and if I was that person, I don't know. I don't know how this would have turned out, honestly.
I say it all the time. And that's why we have the hotline at American Patriot Relief, 833-SAVED-J6. The reason for that is we've had 12 suicides, and I know how fortunate I am. You know how fortunate you are that we had Jesus Christ heading us up, leading the way, giving us peace, softening our heart, making sure we don't become bitter toward our captors. Mm-hmm. And that's what saved our mind and our body. But there's so many that don't. And I know you're seeing it like I am. We're watching them fall. If they don't, if it's not a suicide issue, it's a destroyed life. It is their mind failing. Now they're paranoid. They're struggling with PTSD. They're losing functionality because of the bitterness, the torment, the distrust. And that's all stuff that the Lord's protected us from.
Yeah, and that's important, right? Like the churches need to step up. I don't care what their political beliefs are. What churches need to stop doing and what Christians need to stop doing is putting Jesus in a political class, right? Yeah. Stop saying that the Republican Party is the party of Jesus. Stop saying the Democratic Party is the party of Jesus. He's not political. He shouldn't be put in a political class, but you should be voting based off your morals and convictions that God gives us. That's it. Other than that, stop putting them in a class. So these.
Okay, I got a question on that because I have heard it said, in fact, just recent conversations, I have heard it said, well, you can't vote your morals because even Trump is pro-abortion to a certain level. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I guess depends on what you're talking about. Morals. My Christian morals are one way, right? But a lot of people talk about the lesser of two evils, and unfortunately, this is what it is. The fact that Christians, I mean, there's a statistic out there that shows how many Christians we have, and they're called white evangelicalists, right? And I think the percentage of us who vote is like 4%. And we're talking about millions and millions of Christians who have a say, who are worried about certain things, who can, talk about being evangelicals and biblical and theologians, but they don't go to the voting booths and they don't vote. What happens? And I made another TikTok. I'm sure you might have seen that one that says, if Christians don't get involved in politics, then the people making decisions are going to be the ones that see God as irrelevant. Okay?
Oh, I love that one. Absolutely.
So that's what people have to understand is the reason why we are where we're at as Christians in the political scheme is because the Christians before us didn't do anything either. They allowed the government to be the government and they didn't step in where they needed to step in. So now we as Christians today need to step in, vote in our Christian moral values, and hope that if we continue to do that, what we want as Christians will slowly see happen in our children's future. It's not about us right now. It's about our legacy, right? It's about my grandkids as children who I'll never see. So as a Christian, I need to vote in as my Christian moral values in hopes that those are the ones that win. So the next time we have another election, we continue to vote in those Christian moral values, and then we continue to vote in more Christian moral values until the point we're back to the society where we are a Christian nation once again.
Basically, how do you eat an elephant? We're back to that, one bite at a time. Right now, this is your options. In 4 years, you try to tighten it up even more. In 4 more, tighten it up even more. And the truth is, if we do not tear down the high places and the Asherah poles where we are sacrificing to Melech, which is exactly what is happening in America. They won't call it that, but that is from the dawn of time, Old Testament. We have seen this occurring over and over and over again. My favorite is 1st and 2nd Kings. He obeyed the Lord and he was blessed. He disobeyed. And it's just over and over. And the reality of it is that's what we're doing here in America. So can you eat the whole elephant at once? No. Do we have an evangelical that is going to stand 100% on the word of God? No. But our obedience of walking toward a full obedience to the Lord is what is going to bring honor from the Lord. It's like our personal lives, okay? In our personal life, we're probably not doing it perfect. I tell you all the time, I cuss like a sailor, people. I love the Lord, and yet I still fail in that. Is he damning me to hell for that? No, he loves me and knows I'm in the process. So when I take that up and I take it before the Lord and I said, I failed you again today, Lord, give me mercy and give me strength to stand and glorify you. He is pleased with that. And it's the same for our country. So yes, you still get out and vote. In fact, I would venture to say you're under more condemnation by not voting because you're sitting complacent.
Right. And we got to understand, if we look all the way back into time where voting was a thing, we've never had anybody who's been in, we're never going to have politicians who are going to be 100% evangelical. We're not. It's just, unfortunately, because the way that politics works and governing a society, there's just certain things that they're not going to be able to do or say to ensure that the people are grateful in what's happening. Because one, you're never going to make the people 100% happy. Regardless of who the president is, you're never going to make them happy. But this is time consuming. This has been for years and years and years. But the thing is, as Christians, we can't say, oh, well, this so-and-so isn't really a Christian because, and I'm going to tell you, this is one thing that really upsets me. And I apologize if anybody gets offended by this, but also I don't apologize for that.
Exactly.
If you are a Christian telling other Christians they're not a real Christian, you need to look into yourself a little bit. I cannot stand when fellow Christians, because of their political beliefs, tell somebody you can't be a Christian because you can't be a Christian because, well, to be a Christian is to follow Christ.
Right.
Christ died on the, God gave us his only one, right? His only son died on the cross to take up our sins. So who are we as Christians to tell somebody else we're not Christians? Who are we to tell another Christian that your sin's worse than mine? We're not. We're no better than another. Jesus died on the cross for that specific reason. So don't tell someone they're not a Christian just because they're far from God. All that means is they're just far from God. They just need to get back into the word and they need to live a better life. That's all it is, right? Instead of pushing each other down, we should be pushing each other more towards Christ. But we don't do that as Christians. And for me, that's hard for me to do too sometimes. You know, there's so many times we're on social media where I'm typing something in and I'm like, nope, delete. I got to delete.
I know. That's exactly what I'm thinking when you said that. Is I remember a post I made and I'm like, yeah, I know I was a little harsh with that.
But it happens, you know, we let our flesh take over and, you know, but what do we do with it afterwards? If you know you did wrong or you feel bad about it, that's conviction. Fix it next time or go and delete the post. It doesn't matter, but God's not going to not send you into heaven because you made a horrible post. I'm sorry. That's just not how it works. Right. But also God's not going to bring you to heaven because you said amen on a post because someone told you to say amen.
You're right. It goes both ways, don't it?
Exactly. So, you know, but again, Christians need to step up. Christians need to step up. That we need to have, our faith needs to be stronger. More men need to start being more, you know, Ephesians type men. There's a lot of stuff that happens that Christians just don't want to dabble in because they don't want to be, they don't want to be seen in a certain way. But I believe Christians need to step out and step into the limelight of politics. I think pastors at churches, they don't have to pick a political side, but the pastors at churches should be saying something about going to the voting booth and voting on your Christian moral values, regardless of who you vote, right?
Yep. Our own pastor just did that. He ripped our church. He pulled the records to see how many people in the church voted in the 2022 election. And he come in there and it was only 36%. It was lower than the national average. He's like, what is wrong with you people? Are you just sitting here being fed by me, waiting to see what I'm going to give you next week? Mm-hmm. It's like, go be a Christian.
And that's, I think that's become the typical norm of Christianity. You sit, and it goes into what I do with personal training, and it's something that I use all the time, right? You can sit in the pew, you can sit there and listen to the pastor preach about whatever it is. But if you don't get up and go do something about that, all you're doing is listening to him preach. You're not actually doing anything for your own soul, your salvation. You have to get up and go do something. Faith without works is dead. That's why they say that. Just like personal training, right? I can talk to you till I'm blue in the face, but if you don't go up and start running like I told you to, you're going to be the same slob on that couch every single day. You can pretend, you can listen to my advice. You can listen to my advice all day. But if you're not going to take my advice and take care of it on yourself, you're going to get nothing from it. That's what a pastor is. A pastor is there to pastor us, to teach us the word, to teach us about, you know, the things that God has given us. But if you're not going to if you're just going to sit there and listen, that's all you're doing. You might as well.
You're tearing us up today.
You might as well put in the audio book and just listen it on your read. But you have to put works into it. When the pastor tells you what's going on, when the pastor tells you what to do, a pastor is God ordained to tell you what Jesus wants you to know. So go do it. And he tells you to go be a people, you know, go. We're supposed to be making disciples. We're supposed to be making disciples, right? I'm no theologian. That's one thing, right? I'm no theologian, but I do believe I'm a Bible believing Christian. Exactly. I can't quote scriptures. I know where to find them, and I know the basic of what it says, but I also know what Jesus wants from me, and that's all I'm going to do. Doesn't mean I'm not trying to be something, you know, I'm studying up on my biblical knowledge and things like that. But again, that's works, right?
Well, that's the beautiful thing is, you know, we're never called to know every word of the Bible. We each have a testimony. We each have a story. And with that story, nobody can debunk it because it's your story.
Right.
You know, and so all people are being called to do is tell their story. You know, that's part of why I guess you see the hope in me as a January 6th defendant. As I look at it, that the Lord gave me a massive story, a huge story, and a platform. I mean, what better way to glorify him than him show me that kind of love that he has given me such a treasure. So now with my 10 talents, what am I going to do with it? Right. Because that's 10 talents. You've got a huge story That's 10 talents. You didn't get 1 talent. You didn't get 2 talents. You got 10. And you've got to reinvest that in the people. And that's what I see you doing too. And
Yeah,
I'm
one of my family, me and my wife, one of our main goals is to ensure, and again, I'm sure you heard it from her heart when she spoke. We want people to know as January 6ers, we're not victims. We're victors in this because of our faith in Jesus.
yeah.
And we need other J6ers to understand that. When Donna and the other gentleman were talking about, there's something that needs to happen within the communities. These communities do need to adopt J6ers. They do need to, right? But it's no different than adopting somebody who's on the side of the street who doesn't have a home. Find somebody. People talk about wanting to help J6ers all the time. A lot of them just need someone to talk to for the most part.
Right.
You know,
And I'm going to tell you that because that's a lot of what American Patriot Relief does with this hotline.
Yep.
And, I've got very few call takers. Please, people understand I'm so finicky about who can take calls. Not because you need a license or anything, because all we are is being a friend to them. We're not representing as counselors. But the problem is they're confiding in you and we don't know who to trust. So we typically have to keep people very close to us that we know are J6ers themselves and care and can understand where they're coming from. But I'm going to tell you, I'm one of the call takers. And it will wear me completely down. That's why you hear me talking Christ so much, because I'm breathing it half the morning before I even get out of my bed, because I got a refill because I know I'm going to get drained that day.
Yeah. No, it's important. It's crazy though. Being in Pensacola, Florida, being a Matt Gaetz district, I thought that I'd have a lot of support in Pensacola, and I didn't. Actually, a lot of my support, and I'm going to continue to say this, and I need to visit, comes from Ohio, out of all places. When I was in prison, 90% of my letters came from Ohio. The other 10% came from the people here that I already know from my church.
So all the people that are getting their pet seat right now, right? Just a joke. I'm sorry.
But it's amazing how people from Ohio, Ohio Navy mom, I love her to death. She's on Twitter, and I'm sure you probably follows you. Her and her husband, they sent me letters every week, man. And it was just amazing to see the support that I got from a place that I've never been. Right.
JD, what prison were you in?
I was in Jessup, Georgia.
Okay.
6 hours away from my hometown.
And nowhere near Ohio. And these are the people that pulled through. I hope the listeners hear that you can be anywhere and help these people. You're right. With me running a nonprofit, I put a lot of weight in the finances because I get requests all the time, people losing homes. And after all, if you're not going to keep them housed and eating, then everything else we're doing is in vain. So, even the scriptures talk about prayer is great, but if you're not going to meet the physical need, you've still failed as a Christian. You have to meet the physical need and then meet the spiritual need. And so it's very biblical to ask for funds by all means in this situation, because there's people going homeless. I knew early on a family of 5 that was living in an RV given to them. That was tore up. So, but they were happy to have it because they went homeless immediately. So that's definitely important. But you do touch on, and Donna did too, touched on such an important topic that this is hands-on. We have an adopted J6er program at the AmericanPatriotRelief.org where you adopt a prisoner and you pay their commissary every month for them of the amount you can afford. We don't set an amount to it, and we do it for you. So you don't got to figure out how to get money on their books. We're already experts in it. We do it for you. We don't take any of the funds. But there's so much more, that letter writing. And, me and Mark haven't went to prison yet, but we get letters at our house through Patriot Mail Project. And I'm going to tell you, I just light up when I see that envelope in my mailbox every month of letters coming from people all over the country just saying, I love you. I support you. Here's a scripture that I'm praying over you. How many letters did you receive in prison? Do you know?
Jalise, I couldn't even tell you. A lot of the inmates were very jealous of the fact that anytime there was mail call, I had letters. It got to a point where they're like, JD, you got mail coming. So I was like, I'll be there in a minute. But I'd get, I mean, honestly, on average, I'd get 2 or 3 letters a day. So if you look at 2 or 3 letters a day on average for the however long I was in prison, it was a lot of reading that I was able to do, and a lot of encouragement, and a lot of good Christians who had my back. And again, like I said, 90% of it were from people from Ohio. The other 10 were, the same people from my church that, I figured would write me, and a few other people that I didn't expect. And then, my kids here and there. But it was, the only times I didn't get mail is when the CO wasn't doing his job and he didn't bring mail to the things. But, that's my story. That's the blessing that I received. And I needed it.
And for the American people, at any given point, we've got about 250 J6ers in prison. And I just want, the first thing that always pops up to me when I think about Patriot Mail Project is the scripture where Jesus was saying, when you did this for the least of these, you did this for me. And one of those is to minister to the prisoner.
Mm-hmm. And it's really good, especially people start getting involved even more now, because as you and me both know, Jalise, there's still more J6ers who are getting charged.
Daily.
You just had a friend who ended up getting sent to prison. I know a handful of J6ers who just got sent to prison. I think we're all in a group together on a specific page where we share those stories and pray for each other. So it's not stopping.
It's not stopping. In fact, I think it's getting worse. The sentences are going longer.
Mm-hmm.
The punishments are getting more and more punitive. And I would imagine after November 5th, it is going to be probably the most dangerous time our prisoners have ever had in prison. And that, by the way, is the season Mark and I are due to be sentenced. So prayers are needed.
No, prayers are going to be given. Just, you guys know, God's got you regardless of what the situation is. Regardless of what it is, God's got you. In the documentary that we were all in, you guys saw it, and it's still hard for me to watch my portion of it. But my 8-year-old, 7-year-old daughter at the time walking up to me asking me if I'm okay. Are you okay? And I'm sitting there trying to hold it in. And it was what they caught on video was really impactful. Because that's how our family is. Where's daddy going? When you're going to prison. Why is daddy going to prison? You're going to teach people about God. We chose to make our prison sentence a mission trip. It wasn't a prison sentence. It was a mission trip. It was my very first mission trip, and it was the most successful mission trip I've ever been on. I can say that. And,
I love it. So the movie he's talking about, people, is The War on Truth. And I'm not exactly sure how you even find it at this point, but I would.
You can go on the warontruthmovie.com, or you can go to my no, I don't know if I have it up. They took it down for some reason. So I had it in my in my bio, and it got what's it called? It got they took it. Yeah, I got flagged. It got flagged for whatever reason, and
because it was truth, and they can't have that.
So, the more people that see that, this one was extremely important to watch, because it shows one of my favorite things about the War on Truth movies. It shows different faces of January 6th, right? Different families, individuals like myself and you, Jalise, and your husband. But it also goes really heavy into our faith, into how we all understand that God is in control. Literally a majority of that movie, at the end of it, every one of us is just like, well, we know God's got this. Yeah. Our faith is driving it. And it's important that the American people know that. We are still a Christian. We're not the Christian nation we once were, but we're still a Christian nation.
That's right. That's right. And, maybe I know for me, right at first, I don't think I saw it. Like when they raided my home, I did not see what was happening. In fact, I thought it was a joke, to be honest. I thought they were just trying to scare me, because I knew I didn't do anything that would warrant what I'm getting, and it didn't add up. And it probably took me a good 6 months before I realized, holy moly, we are spiritual beings. The spiritual realms are warring. And because we're spiritual beings, we're warring. We are in the big middle of a spiritual war. Yeah. And it took me a minute. I admit, I was seeing with earthly eyes before I saw with spiritual eyes. And now I can't unsee it. Everywhere I turn, it's like, oh my, how'd I miss this?
I
want to touch on something else because you do have such a beautiful family. I'm giddy when I watch. I try to pick my J6 brothers and sisters up on Facebook and social media, especially once they come out of prison, to see the beauty of their family and their life little by little going back to normal. Best it can. It'll never be normal again, but the new normal. So tell me, how, I know y'all are a strong family, but how did your children hold up through not having their dad for 8 months?
Again, glory to God, right? My entire, not my family, but the people that I consider my family stepped in. Two of my best friends, Jason and Austin, when I was gone, these, they're adopted uncles, right? You have your adopted siblings. Jason is Uncle Jason, Austin's Uncle Austin, and their wives are their aunts. It's just, they're our brothers and sisters in Christ. But when I had to go away as men, they stepped up and stepped in to be fathers of my children where I couldn't be. So I was, again, 100% blessed. God knew what he was doing when he was sending me away as soon as I told him, you have full control of this entire situation.
That is so powerful. I would not have even thought to go down that avenue. And what's weird is that's been my biggest cry to my sisters in Christ is please be a mother to my children and to my grandchildren. Reach out to them and check on them. Yep. I never even thought of that as a ministry that we need to be calling for our J6ers, to have people step in for them and love on those kids.
And that's awesome. It just depends on the people that are surrounded by you. There's people who will talk, who say, I'll be there for you when you need it the most. And then there's people that actually do it. They don't ever say that I'll be there for you. And my community did that for us. My wife did have to become dad. She did have to become everything that I was. But again, in everything that happened, God did it intentionally to fix what was wrong with us spiritually. My wife was struggling in certain areas where she realized that she didn't need me to make all the decisions, that she was able to make decisions without me as a husband. She relied a lot on me for 100% everything spiritual. And she realized that me being in prison, I don't have to rely on you for all my spiritual needs. That's literally God's job, not yours.
Yeah.
And, so my wife, the wife she is today, she's always been a strong woman. She's always been a great Christian. But the wife she is today is not who she was before January 6th. And
she's more independent. The same thing happened with me in our marriage. I leaned way, way too heavy on my husband and didn't realize it until all of this. And both of us still, even though we're both walking through the exact same thing, in the same house, experiencing the same thing, we handle it different. And different parts of our personality have come out, some good, some worse. We fight more than we did before. I say fight loosely. I'm talking about arguing. We've been together 35 years. You know how your old grandparents were. Oh, honey, why, we have fun with it. But on the same token, I'm much more independent than I was. And I realized I don't have to lean on him. I was leaning way too hard, and I had to own that. And I wouldn't have known it had it not been for January 6th.
Yeah. So going more into it, my wife grew. I 100% grew spiritually. I'm a million times stronger as a Christian spiritually than I ever have been in my life because of going to prison. And my children figured out how to grow in Christ without their dad. I remember coming home again. They were babies, still 6, 7 years old. My son, 9 at the time. Time's gone by. They were still kids. My daughter obviously was the one who took it the hardest out of everybody else. But I remember coming home and, going to church the first time and then watching my kids praise, in worship, praising with their hands up and just glorifying God. Like I never saw that before. And to see that my kids were able to grow in Christ, because again, when I was gone, we had a lot of great Christians step in and explain to my kids that even your frustrations can be handled through Christ. Just give it to him. And they understood that. And at such a young age, I'm so proud of them for who they become in Christ. And we still have a lot of growing to do.
Sure.
And it's never going to stop. But to know that those seeds have been planted already. My seed wasn't planted. I'm sure it was planted a long time ago, but it didn't bloom until I was in my 30s, right? Like it was 2016, not too long ago, when the seed started blooming in my understanding of Christ. My kids are doing it before they're even teenagers, and I'm just completely thankful for that. And it was out of the chaos, right? It was out of all the craziness that happened that helped us understand and see what God can do for you. And I'm telling you, if you're a J6er watching this and you're worried about it, give it to God, because I promise you, at the end of all of your trials, you're going to be redeemed as long as you stay faithful. We have been redeemed. We have been redeemed tenfold. We don't struggle financially. We got a good job. Our kids are great. The education, they're very smart, intelligent kids. Our community's getting bigger. We're able to speak out for people as well. It doesn't have to stop. You're gonna have to go through some stuff. Yeah. That's the given. You're gonna have,
and you don't focus on that. You one day at a time, one step at a time, and trusting that the Lord's got a plan in it. He's going to be with you. You're not going to be harmed through it. It may be tough. You're going to have your ups and downs, but if you remain faithful to him, and that's what me and Mark finally found. I mean, at first we're just all encompassed, engrossed in everything to do with J6. And we started realizing it's actually deteriorating us, because that's not bringing the hope of Christ in. And that's why this show is focused the way it is, that I want to know who you were. Who were you before January 6th? What happened to you on January 6th? Who you are now? What is Christ doing through you? And what does your future look like? And the reason I ask those questions to everybody, whether, it ends in conversation I never have to ask, or I ask, I do that because interview after interview with J6ers, you've had a ton of interviews. You've probably done a ton of interviews. And yet nobody's really focusing on the Christ factor. And I think when we focus on that, people are going to start seeing his work. If we don't, it's kind of like keeping a prayer journal. If you don't focus on it, you're not noticing it. You're not seeing all those answered prayers. Like, I'm already seeing character defects that I've been praying for years, and all of a sudden it's just lifted. And I'm like, well, look at there. I've fought it my whole life, and he just took it away.
Yes.
And it's a beautiful thing. I see it with you too. And I mean, you really have a beauty from ashes story. I see nothing but amazing things in your future because of it. So where are you now? Where are you? Are you still on probation? When did you get out of prison?
I'm done. I'm free as a bird again, as free as we can be in America. I got off. So, and that's what people understand too. Myself, people like you, we were the very first. I was on pretrial confinement from January 20th, 2021 until January 9th, 2023, when I was sent to prison, and then I got out in July. And then this July, I was finally set free from probation. So for over 3 years, we're dealing with this stuff and having the government completely control what we can and can't do, can and can't say. But we stayed the course. We did what we're supposed to do.
Like, I refuse to comply with silence.
Absolutely. There's certain things that we're just not gonna do as human beings, because we have a voice that needs to speak out. But here's the thing with me is I was never a career criminal, and I don't plan on making that my my livelihood. So
didn't like the path too much.
Going into prison was enough for me. I've been to Iraq, I've seen war, and I've seen the faces of death and things like that. So prison was tough only because I was away from my family. That was it. Outside of that, it wasn't too hard. And again, God gave me a voice to speak to people. So a lot of my time in prison was talking to people about Christ and explaining to them how God still loves them regardless of what they did or who they are as a person, who they think they are as a person. So a lot of my time spent in prison was preaching the gospels that I knew, preaching what I knew and understood. But we are great. Like I said, earlier on, I talked about how God redeemed stuff, and we're moving back to New Mexico so we can be with my 2 oldest daughters and be a blended family completely instead of just vacation times. And my kids are excited because they love their older siblings. My older siblings love my kids. They love my wife. And they just need a bigger community. And obviously, when you have the Riveras, it's a huge community immediately. So
It sounds like it.
my wife is a leader in the church still, and she works there, but she's also going to school full time now. And thank God for His glory, actual, not just His glory, but physically His glory. Who's they brought me on and made me a part of their company, and I'm able to do what I love in video work for His glory,
Right.
And, because of that,
real quick, I don't want to take off course from His glory because they're absolutely amazing, very faith-based. But I want to step off into J6 for 1 second on you because everyone's heard the stories 1,000 times, but one thing unique about yours was that you were there as a kind of a reporter, right?
I went in and I was a video journalist. So that's what I've been doing for years. I've been working in film since 2012. 2020, I was hired on by a guy by the name of Bill Depew, God rest his soul, who is he was a really old man, retired Air Force guy. He picked me up with another buddy of mine, and we would go to all of the rallies and we would do interviews. And my main thing during 2020 was to, show the world the different side of white nationalism. Everybody said we were white nationalists. So when I would do my interviews, I'd talk to other Hispanic people, Black people, Asians, people who don't, who if you look white, you're automatically some type of white supremacist. I was showing the difference. I was doing those interviews, and that's what I got hired on to do. So when once the election came through and we found out Joe Biden was going to be the next president, Bill Depew stopped, and he's just like, I can't really fund this no more. We won't have funding because we were hoping it was going to be for Trump, and we had other jobs lined up for you, but it just didn't go that route. So I ended up reaching out to a actually two local news stations, and I was just like, look, I'm just gonna, I enjoy this kind of stuff. I'm just gonna stick with it. So one of them reached out to me. I had an interview in December, talked about the Stop the Steal rally going to DC. I was on their queue. They were ready to hire me. I told them, once I was in DC, we were on the phone call together on January 6th, talking about what was going on. Planned on sending them videos, and on January 7th, they're like, yeah, no, we're bringing you on the team, definitely. So I got hired on immediately. So I wasn't just there just to be there. I was there trying to, prove that as a journalist, I can do my job as well too. And that's what I was there doing. I was documenting the events. Everything from January 5th shows you that I have interviews from January 5th that obviously no one's ever going to see because I'm never going to get my stuff back from the feds. They still have everything that I owned. Where I did my film interview stuff from, my cameras.
Yeah, they have my wedding ring. I get it.
But all the stuff from January 5th would show that I was there as a journalist, documenting the events as anybody else would do in any other event or anywhere else we go during like the summer of riots and all the other stuff that was happening. We were there documenting what was going on, trying to find out. Now, so I even have a video on my YouTube account that shows my side-by-side comparison with a guy by the name of Luke Mogelson, who works for the New Yorker, who's an obvious Democrat. New Yorker is a Democrat platform. And his video footage was what they used to impeach President Trump. Now, my side-by-side comparison is legitimately that. Shows us in the same crowd, different times, same area, going up the same steps, going through the same window, going down the same hall. The difference is I turn around and come out, and he goes into Senate chambers, which is one, illegal. You're not supposed to be able to go in there without credentials, and that's something that's completely different. But all these people harping on me being this evil person and storming through a window. Well, it's funny you guys say that because the same person that you guys are highlighting and saying and praising as some hero went through those windows before I did. He went through the windows. I was actually yelled at by a Capitol police officer to keep coming in so nobody got trampled. I didn't go in until I was told to. This guy went in on his own will. So yeah, but they, the CCTV footage for that is not available. They cut the clip of mine when we're at the window, so you can't hear what's going on. And again, I don't have any of that stuff because they have all of that information. But
see, that's what caught my eye with you was that video footage, because it is just like y'all both did the same thing, but here the Democrat got no charges whatsoever. He's off scot-free. You, on the other hand, went to prison for 8 months over it.
Yeah. And when you tell people that, they're like, well, you should have never went through a broken window. That's great. I get that. I understand that was, there was a door to the right of me. But the thing is, I've never been in DC. I didn't know where I was. I knew I was at the Capitol at the moment, but I was following a crowd. I was trying to not get trampled, first off, because the amount of people that were going in and out of stuff. And I was taking my time to do things. But when you sit there and say what I did was wrong, but you can't say the same thing about Luke Mogelson, there's some hypocrisy in that. And it shows exactly where you're aligned and how you think, right? You can't think for yourself. If you're calling me a criminal, but you're praising Luke Mogelson, there's a problem in your head, because we did the exact same thing. And here's the thing, like, because I was charged with it, I'm an insurrectionist and I'm, all this other stuff. And I wasn't even charged with any type of terrorism or insurrection. Again, I was 4 misdemeanor charges. They got me sent. When I was in federal prison, the federal prison inmates didn't believe that I had misdemeanor charges. They told me that nobody comes to prison on misdemeanors. Like, well, Google me, because you guys obviously have access to the internet, as we all know. So Google my name and you can see that they're only misdemeanor charges. Even the COs were just like, we don't know why you're here, man. You should have been sent to a different prison. But there's another thing that they have to understand, and Jalise, this might work out in your favor. And I pray you guys don't have to go to prison. That's the thing. But if you guys do go to prison, what I do know for the ladies is they're not holding the ladies in the same type of J6 political stance as they are the men. And what I mean by that is, for every man that I've met and talked to, even though we have no criminal record, we should be allowed to go to a federal prison camp instead of a low security, but they won't give it to us because of the January 6th thing that they have on us. But every lady that I've spoken to that, for the most part, that don't have criminal records or haven't had problems, they've been sent to camp facilities. So that's something to look into.
So far, just from my own, some of them have, but a large portion haven't. And
sometimes,
Cynthia Price is the prime example that they put her in a medium security prison for misdemeanors.
Well, yeah, no,
misdemeanors, so they have a tendency to act a fool, and I would imagine, I wouldn't go silent for 2.5 years, I'm probably going to be in that camp.
Yeah. Well, that's what they did to me. My first 2 months, I was in solitary confinement. They put me in a medium security prison, put me in solitary confinement. Actually, it's funny because the very first time I got to see my kids was 2 months after the fact, when they finally put me in a low. And, I was intrigued because I was a heftier guy, but I was just like, you know what? I'm here in prison. I'm just going to lose weight. I don't get to eat the great foods anymore. And I'm just going to read and work out. So I took that time to do it. And the very first time that I got to see my family, I was excited about my weight loss, right? I was just like,
right,
you guys to see me. And when they looked at me, their eyes were big. And it wasn't because of my weight loss. It was because I was in solitary confinement for 2 months and I only saw 3 hours of sunlight. And
you were white. They're like, you're not Hispanic anymore.
Yeah. My daughter is just like, Dad, you're whiter than Mom. Like, they didn't expect, they were not expecting it, but that was a shock for them. And I told them, I said, look, they had me in solitary confinement. I wasn't allowed to see the sun for
and you're malnourished. The nourishment.
You know what I mean? It's so, it just goes to show what we get put through. But it also goes to show that you stay faithful and strong. Everything's going to be okay. Look, the Bible doesn't say we're going to have a great life. It doesn't say in this life, right? Jesus doesn't say that we're going to have it easy.
You know what I love? You say you come to Christ in what, 2017 or 2019?
2016, 2017, somewhere around there.
So I'm so intrigued because I come to Christ in August of 99, and it's taken me these 25 years to truly know how to relinquish my life in the arms of Jesus Christ and trust him. As a Christian, I was following him. Mm-hmm. Do you see the difference I'm getting at? But I wasn't, I still viewed it as my life and he needs to come alongside and do what I want him to do.
Right.
There were so few times that I actually just totally laid it down and said, not my will, but yours, Father. And that's what's so hard, because if our J6ers can't do that, even as Christians, and I'm seeing Christians that don't understand, you have to take your agenda off the plate.
Yeah.
Quit praying, Lord, don't let me go to jail. Start praying, Lord, if I go, please come with me. Show me how to minister where I'm at. Show me how to glorify you where I'm at. If you can't switch gears and do that, you're in for some hardship. Because at that point, that's when everything explodes, and all of a sudden all this beautiful blessings coming before you, and things are getting laid down that you've been trying to lay down for years, and you're picking up things that are a mighty sword that you're cutting through spiritual warfare, and mighty stuff starts happening. You did that in that short amount of time. I'm so jealous.
No, there's nothing to be jealous about. There's a thing I'd say to people, growing in the church doesn't mean growing in Christ. And there's a difference. Like, you can be a child, you can be in a church all your life and never grow in Christ. But it's because we have to give it to him. We have to tell him, this is yours. In the movie, I forgot that they documented this because they put a GoPro in our van, so they saw that.
Oh, that ripped my soul out. I cried. Oh my gosh, I cried.
I basically said that prayer that you were talking about right then was right. Like, it was, God, I've always asked you what's next for me. Well, here it is. So be there with me. Tell me what I need to do. Tell me what you want me to do this right, to be your hands and feet. That's what we have to go into every crazy or chaotic event in that way. We can't just be praying and thanking God for our life when things are going good. We have to be praying and thanking him for the times even when things are not going good.
Right. And not saying he answered my prayer when you got it your way. That's crazy. He's answering your prayer whether it went your way or not. I mean,
there's a lot of people right now as we speak today that are walking in a prayer that they asked for 10, 20 years ago.
That's right.
They're not realizing it because they just
have it for me, actually. So my entire life, I've always felt like there was something big that he was trying to use me for. And I never could find it, but there was this emptiness. Like, I knew there's more, and my husband too, both of us, and it drove us nuts. We tried to found a church thinking that was it. That wasn't it. We tried to, my husband pastored several churches. That wasn't it. I would come in as music director. It wasn't it. Couldn't ever find it. Am I supposed to write a book? Am I supposed to be a preacher? Couldn't find it, but we had that incompleteness. And January 6th happened. And by the way, he had put a word in my heart one time. When I had to move to the country, I was scared. And this prophet come before me. A prophet when, by the way, they speak and it rings true in your spirit. And they had no way of knowing. This prophet, I was horrified about having to move to the country. And I told her, I'm scared of going. And she said, oh, baby, and this happened twice, 2 different prophets. Oh, baby, exact words. The only thing you need to worry about is how to hold back the masses. Well, I cringed. I'm like, why would I want to hold back the masses from Jesus? What are you talking about? Never got it until January 6th. And then it came to me in a vision in my sleep. This is the masses. I'm holding back the masses from the enemy. I'm standing in the gap. This was it. That was spoken into me in 2008. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's great how it comes full circle. If you're willing to listen and understand, you'll be able to get it. And we don't always get it right the first time. But God is constantly, trying to pound into us what he needs us to do. And just on this real quick, when I was in 5th grade, and this always reminds me of this for some reason, when I was in 5th grade, our teacher asked us to write an assignment about something we're looking forward to, or who we, when we're adults. And I put on there, I said, in 5th grade, and I remember him looking at me like, that's crazy for a 5th grader to say. I said, I want to be known worldwide. That's what I said in 5th grade.
Well, you got that.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And the thing at the time, though, was I was raised Catholic, but I didn't believe in Christ. I didn't believe in how all that stuff worked. I didn't understand it. I didn't know about Trinity. There's just things you don't learn as a young man in Catholic. It's legalism, and you don't want to deal with that because you're at school all day and you don't want to do that during church. But so I didn't really have the foundation. But looking back at it now, these are thoughts that God put into my mind as a young kid, but it's not for me though, right? The being known worldwide is glory. It's for his glory. Like, me being known worldwide is so I can get the story out, the gospels out, and teach people about Jesus. Me being known worldwide is so he can be known worldwide, not for me. And that's the one thing we got to remember. We got to always remember it's not for me, it's for you. Even when we start getting big headed and getting all those likes and shares, it's not for me, it's for you. We have to remind ourselves that every single time.
We really do. In fact, I'm struggling with it. I don't know how to create a social media presence, even for our nonprofit, without it turning into something I don't want it to be. I don't want to be a people pleaser. I don't want to put content out there to get your likes. In fact, I'm not even sure I want you to like me. So I'm in a quandary there. This old school girl don't really know where the balance is in that. But I am going to close it up. We are running late over, but I knew it would because you're so amazing in your walk. You are such a faithful servant. I just love it. You've made my day for sure. And I know you have for a lot of people today. You've spoken into some lives that did not expect this today. I'm hoping, I do want to touch one last thing. You did mention that y'all went to that congressional hearing, and you did do a little video journal of that trip where you basically sought out healing on the hindsight of this by going back to DC. The people may not understand, but we get very scarred from Washington, DC at the attack that we took on. And you get a pit in your stomach every time you know you got to go to DC because you see the level of corruption. You're almost a sense of fear comes across. Will you real briefly either tell people how to get to that or speak something on that?
I don't know how. Again, it's just putting your 100% faith in God. You have to understand, prior to January 6th, and this isn't, not a lot of people know this, me and my wife weren't doing good, and we were probably very close to getting a divorce, right? And we were, the thought process was in both of our heads, but neither of us knew it at the time, but it was there. And January 6th happened, and January 6th was meant to happen for my family, for God to show us that we are what we need and we're doing the right thing. We're in the right process. We just got to go through some hell first to get to where we need to get to. But taking a step back into DC was exactly that. It was redeeming for us. But it's because we allowed it to be. We allowed it to be a place. We didn't go back there worried about our story. We went back there worried about everybody else. We wanted to make sure that people saw that you're going to be okay. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. And I did do that little video specifically for that, because it wasn't just for me, it was my wife too. There's struggles for both of us there. The thought of DC made our stomachs turn. But being in DC for the right reasons changed that entire perspective for us. And the great thing about it too was, for my wife, mind you, she doesn't like speaking on January 6th. She wants nothing to do with it. But she decided to do this specifically because she was asked by some people to do it. And it took her a while. She had to do a lot of praying to do this. But when my wife was able to minister to other women in DC because of her story, that for her was enough for her to understand. We are definitely here in DC to be redeemed for everything we're going through. And, I can't speak on what it's going to be for you or how it can be for you. I just know that the easiest way to get through it is to walk side by side with God and understand that He is there with you. And then He's going to get us through this whole thing. And I'm prime example of his love for us and walking us through our toughest of times, as long as we stay faithful with Him. So again, it just comes down to your faith. You just got to be willing to allow Him there with you the whole time.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that so much. The song just kept running through my head. Everything's going to be all right. Yeah. The Christian song of that. So everyone, pick him up on TikTok. It's me_JD. His videos, he does amazing videos. He really does. I don't see a lot of frivolous stuff come through. They're very pointed and methodical. And I don't often promote someone's social media. I only promote my own. And but you really put out some good content. I keep sharing it.
Well, appreciate it.
Will you close us up in prayer? Is that putting you on the spot?
No, absolutely. I'd love to.
I'd be honored.
Heavenly Father, we come to you first and foremost just to say thank you. We don't thank you enough for the life that you give us, for the breath that you give us to breathe, and the heart that you give us to beat this blood through our body, God. But we also want to say thank you for bringing us together as a family. Thank you for bringing us together as J6ers. Your community is growing through us. People are coming to you, Christ, because you methodically figured out how to bring a situation like January 6th to bring in your glory. And that's all we want, God. We just want it to be your glory. We thank you for letting us be your hands and feet, Lord. And right now, I just want to pray for the Middletons, Lord, that you are there with them, Holy Spirit, that you walk with them through this whole thing. Regardless of the outcome of this situation, the outcome is going to be, again, once for your glory, Lord. And I just ask that the Middletons understand that and continue to push that so they can continue to be driving force for the Patriot Mail Project and their group that they do stuff with, Lord, to get it out to the masses. Father God, we just thank you and ask for a hedge of protection over everybody watching this. And we just ask the Holy Spirit move through this monitor, Lord. The Holy Spirit get into these homes and feel your presence. Lord, we just ask for you to be there for us through all these hard times. And again, we thank you for what you have done. In Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Amen. I tell you, if you're not feeling just driven to go conquer the world right now, you missed something in today's segment.
Yeah. Good.
I really feel more life breathed into me today than I have or at least this week. So thank you for that.
Absolutely, Jalise. And I got to say, I think we talked about it before on text, but it's important that we use these J6 events to glorify God. And I just thank you for putting this on, giving me a chance to talk and speak on his behalf as well, because I'd much rather talk about, his glory than the persecution of those of us, because we know what God had to go through. We know what Jesus went through to get us through this time. So thank you.
And I think it's important because we're trying to wake up the sheep. We're trying to rise the people up. Not only for their protection, but also to stand together. We need our brothers and sisters locked arms with us. So I think it's always important to talk about, the injury that has come from this. But man, if you leave it right there, you have missed the point, because there's a but God in there, and he has rose us up as mighty warriors. He's made us for such a time as this. He's called us, he's equipped us, and we're ready to go. And all you got to do is join in. He is offering you opportunities every single day to be a blessing. He's offering you to get into the battle. He's offering you a personal fellowship with him. And when you're going through those struggles, man, that's the time. If you talk to any businessman, they will tell you, businesswoman, I bet you Donna has said it, when the economy's bad, when everyone's closing up shop, that's when they start investing and pouring in. It's no different with Jesus Christ. When you are in the valley, start pouring it in, go all in. The more you dump in, the more it's going to rise up, because don't you know we reap what we sow? And that means you're going to reap it after you sow it, not when you sow it. It means you're going to reap more than you sowed. And guess what? You're going to get what you sowed. So be careful what you're sowing.
Yes.
And on that, we'll close it out. Thank you, JD. I appreciate you. I appreciate you as my brother in Christ. I am more than giddy to know that you're in my family.
Amen.
And you can anticipate you'll get called on again to come back on the show, because you're such an inspiration. Absolutely. I've already got something working in my head.
Okay. Awesome, Jalise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you, JD. Bye.